In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Hello, hello, hello. How has your weekend gone? I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. Let's get into the news. It's a lot that has gone on the weekend. We're back on to full-on war. The war has been announced to spike up gas prices, to spike up the stock market, and true to form, on Sunday there's been announcements that there are going to be talks, the same talks that your president told you that he was not interested in having any talks with Iran, and that the negotiations were over. But then, strangely enough, there were announcements that there are going to be more talks with Iran. I wonder who benefits from that. At what point do the American people benefit from anything in the war, unless you are trading stocks in the stock market on these cat calls that are called out by the president to buy and sell oil stocks? I'm just curious. So there's that. And let's talk about Kakai Patel. Kakai Patel was on his way to shit out more of the taxpayer dollars, flying on his private jet to go see his third-rate country singer girlfriend perform in a parking lot for some fair in Chicago, when he was summoned to the White House. He was summoned to the White House because they were not pleased with him being a jackass for putting out a post when some media outlet questioned him in all of his absurd and obtuse spending of your tax dollars. And his response was his jet skis are gold plated, and he had a picture of jet skis, a private jet, these BMWs that he bought instead of getting a regular Yukon or Tahoe to ride around to use as his fleet of cars to ride around in. Yeah, he put that on, and he said my jet jet skis are gold plated, dumbass. And what did he say? Something about I'm doing my job just fine and business is going well. At the same time where President Trump had to leave his beg for Qatari jet and get off of his Qatari beg for jet and get back in his old 36-year-old hoopty to come back home from Turkey because he was scared for his life because the beg for Qatari jet didn't have the protection that the real Air Force One had. Cockeye Patel is talking because Benjamin Netanyahu said that Iran had a warrant out to take the life of the president, and Cockeye Patel is down here talking about how well business is going for him and his gold-plated jet skis. So he set up a phony ass field office inspection test of the Chicago FBI as a ruse for a reason to be in Chicago, when in fact he was going to see that third-rate bitch seen at a parking lot for some Chicago fair. Did y'all know about that? So to make himself seen, and then over the weekend, we got the news about Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham, who was last over in Ukraine. Lindsey Graham, who had petitioned for sanctions to be put on Russia. Why did it take this long for anyone to petition for sanctions to be put on Russia? I don't know. But Lindsey Graham was petitioning for sanctions to be put on Russia. And from what I understand, your president agreed that he would put these sanctions on Russia. So when Lindsey Graham finally gets home, this long flight from Russia, the first thing Lindsey Graham wants to do in his townhouse in Washington, D.C., is go to his well-used phone books of paramours, allegedly that he uses his high-priced paramours, and get into a bath and soak in a bath. And I can imagine Lindsey Graham putting on a nice pair of panties and a sheer robe and some feathered slippers. And I can imagine Lindsey Graham Grinder app going off and his paramour letting him know that he has arrived. And I can imagine this. This is just, I don't know. This is what comes to mind. This is just what comes to mind. I can just imagine Lindsey Graham opening the door and his paramour is swept into his most intimate quarters, and the paramour starts stripping down. And I can imagine that the paramour, of course, would be a black man. You know how these racist white men love to be ravished by black men. I can imagine that. And I can imagine that this black man whips out his what's nots, and Lindsey Graham clutching his heart, and Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you. I think that was his Lindsey Graham's finest moment. This is what I picture when I picture Lindsey Graham being carted off to emergency. You notice the difference between Lindsey Graham being carted off to the hospital after having a cardiac arrest. We saw Mitch McConnell being carted off after having a cardiac incident from the same Washington, D.C. There was no hurriedness. There were no working on Mitch McConnell. We saw none of that. But if you go to TMZ, you will see them actually working, trying to get Lindsy Graham heart back beating. So we got Lindsey Graham and we got Cash Patel. And we have Nolan Wells. We have Nolan Wells in Mississippi. But so now we had a judge to come out in this case while the sheriff is sitting up here. Sheriff not telling you if he has questions, if he has talked to the people who were on the boat with Nolan Wells. That sheriff never told you any of that. He never said, I have talked to the guys, I have questioned the guys who. No, he never told you any of that. And you never get any understanding about what's going on in the Nolan Wells case. But if you're paying attention, and if you are a black person living in America, and if you know your history, you know that thing that President Trump is trying to get whitewashed because he says that it is too harsh and it makes America look bad. No, it makes America look like what America is. And unfortunately, if you have been paying attention this weekend, you will see how some dumb black children now don't even understand their own history. Nolan Wells' friend was asked, do you think that this is about race? And his answer was, I don't want to answer that question. A whole motherfucking raccoon sitting up there because he wants to continue to have access to these diabolical people. Okay, so we have Nolan Wells. If you paid attention, what they did tell you was, what they told you was that he went missing on July 4th at around 3:30 between 3 and 4:30 p.m. His mother called his friend. His friend said he didn't come back. This was around 11:30 or midnight. At no time did the friend say, I have his phone. The mother had to ping his phone to try to, because she was trying to locate where he was because he hadn't come home. And then come to find out, the phone was at the same house of the person that she had just talked to. Then, strangely enough, somebody had called the Coast Guard at 1 something in the morning, asking about if they had found a swimmer. And then the Coast Guard was like, well, do we need to send a rescue out? And they was like, no, we were just wondering. You called the Coast Guard out. You were just wondering. Well, what made you wonder? And if you were wondering if your friend hadn't made it home, wouldn't and you were if you were really wondering if that was really on your mind enough to call the Coast Guard out, wouldn't you tell the Coast Guard? Yeah, because X, Y, and Z happened and we haven't seen my friend. And then the Coast Guard acted as if they hadn't gotten any alert, any calls. So nothing happened. No rescue effort was put out on the early morning of July 5th. It wasn't until 5 p.m. on July 5th that they actually started looking for Nolan Wells. The search efforts in the water and in the sky. The Cajun, I think, I forget what they're called. The Cajun, a nonprofit, was in the sky before officials were in the sky and in the water. These people got themselves together quicker than officials got themselves together. They found nothing. Now, the father and one of the coaches on July 5th, early morning, 5 a.m., July 5th, they got in one of the coaches' boat and they went out to the island. 5 a.m. on July 5th. They went to the island, walked on the island, saw nothing. Nobody. They did not see their son. Then 5 p.m., the official uh, search starts. So then July 6th, curiously enough, July 6th, the body washes up right before uh, a ranger does his regular scheduled search around the island. But you know what's curious about this regularly scheduled search around the island? What's curious about that is this body went missing on the 4th of July and it's now the 6th of July. This body is not waterlogged. If the body had been in the water that long, that body, all the cells in that body would have been waterlogged. It would have been overweight because of all of the excess water that had absorbed in the cells of that body. No, that body was not waterlogged. They were clear that that body was not waterlogged. In many cases, it makes it hard to identify the person because the body is so bloated. Okay. But what they did tell you was, what the sheriff told you was that we haven't identified the body, but we think that it is Nolan. We're going to use dental records to identify the body. Well, you think it's Nolan. The mother is right here. You're not going to have Nolan identify the body. Now, what you're going to do is tell me that this woman is unable to identify her son's body for some reason. Now, I used to have fish. He's in the ocean. I had some fish. Some fish attacked the eye to blind. He's in the ocean. I understand that there could have been certain mammal types of feeding on this body. I'm real clear on that. But there's a whole body there. If there's something grotesque that has happened to his face could have been covered with a T-shirt, for instance. A mother knows their child's entire body. I'm not being vulgar. I'm talking about their hands, their feet, their arms, a scar. They know they have a scar on their elbow, their forearm. You mean to tell me that with this mother right there, she couldn't have identified the body of her child? Is that what you're telling me? Or are you telling me you didn't want it to get out that a body was beaten and battered? Is that what you're telling me? Huh? Is that what you're telling me? So if you don't know, in the state of Mississippi, you don't even need a college degree to be a coroner. To be a medical examiner, you have to be a doctor. But to be a coroner, all you need is a high school diploma. So be clear on that. So let's be real clear that they were hiding information from the RIP. It's not like the whole body was unidentifiable. If there was something so bad and grotesque about his face, there is a way for her to preliminarily identify her son. But he said they were going to have to use dental records to identify her son. So we got these two cases. Now understand the first narrative that we ever heard about what happened out there on that island, it didn't come from, we never heard any story about what happened on that island from that cop. He said, well, right, you guys have heard a lot of stories that have come out on the internet, and I want you that don't believe all of that. He never gave you one himself. He never questioned anybody and told the public, this is what happened. The cop never did that. Never did that. Not one time did he do that. Now the cop has a visual of Nolan's body. Never told you he questioned these other people. I have a question. I have a whole lot of questions. If Nolan's body was beat up, would it have been imperative to question the last people who had seen them to see if they had any cut and bruises on their bodies as well? If Nolan had been in a fight for his life, wouldn't it have been imperative to call these people into the police station and get photos of their bodies? You know how they always want to get photos of black bodies when they call them in. Well, let me see your hands. Turn them over. Take off your shirt. Let me get some pictures right here. Wouldn't that have been the smart thing to do? Now, that was on the 4th of July. Here we are on the 13th of July. These people have not even been spoken to and questioned by the police. Would any cuts and bruises have a chance to have healed by now? I'm very curious. See, because this is the horrible history of the United States. And let's not ever get this twisted. Hey, how y'all doing? Now, we have these two cases. Now, it is reported that one, we know the mother of the stepmother of one of the white, I'm not, they like to call them kids. If Nolan is 18, do you think that all of these kids that he were with, do you think that some of them are 18 as well? You know, they like to call white 21-year-old kids. They were calling Kyle Rittenhouse, who was 21-year-old, a kid. He's just a kid. But they like to call black Janine Pirro said that she was going to charge 14-year-olds in Washington, D.C. as adults. So do you think that all of these people who were out with Nolan Wells were under the age of 18 so they can really call them kids? Or do you think that they had graduated at high school as well? I saw a lot of pictures of them dressed up looking like they were they could have been going to some sporting events. They could have been going to prom. Do you think that they were all under 18? Another thing, a picture came out this weekend, which appears to show, which professes to show, which Benjamin Crump put out the picture. He did not say that the picture was factual. He said, this is some information that has come to me, and if anybody have any more information that they would like to give me about this picture, please get in contact with me. But this picture professes to show that Nolan allegedly went to a pool party after they left the island with the same group of people. And this picture alleged that these boys beat Nolan in the pool at this home. And you see a basketball hoop over the, those basketball hoops for the pool. It shows the back. You see it in the picture. You see Nolan in the picture. But there's no actual date, timestamp date on the picture. Now, there's a timestamp date of when it was posted. It was posted around 2:30, July 5th, 2:30 in the morning. But see, there's a problem with that. There's an absolute problem with that picture. See, the problem with that picture is that at 7:30 p.m. there is pictures of the boat that they said that was taking on water, and therefore they had to leave the island, and this is why they left the island. At 7:30 p.m. that boat was back at the island. So there were some fishermen on the island that said that they heard a commotion, and that three dark colored boats took off because they knew that the police had been called. And in fact, the police said that they had been called about a commotion on the island. Three boats took off. But strangely enough, at 7:30 p.m., there are a video of Nolan's alleged white friend's boat back at the island, and his alleged white friends partying at the island at 7:30 p.m. But the other problem with this picture that alleged they were at this pool party. See, the fact is coming out that this pool party picture, it was not a July 4th pool party. Uh, this party happened before the 4th of July. The other problem with this is we know that that Nolan's father went to a house and saw the friend, and we know that the mother spoke with one of the friends who was with Nolan and had her friend go pick up a cell phone. So we know these things happen. So we'll see what comes of this July 4th pool party. Let me this is the picture that we're talking about. But what we also know is there has been no further investigation on this case. The Mississippi police want you to just think, well, we do believe that it was just simply accident, that he accidental drowning. This is the pool party picture. Right here, circled right here is allegedly Nolan, and that would be the basketball hoop in the back. This is the alleged picture. What is this right here? Oh, that's nothing. Okay, so now, well, of these two cases that are going on now, the judge, we got no timeline of events that happened from any police official. Nothing. We haven't even got a cause of death from the Mississippi coroner's office yet. They said that they're going to wait for toxicology to come back, which should come back this week, reported. Now, okay, so that's what they're doing. But we know that there's an independent autopsy that has been paid for by Colin Kaepernick and outside of the state of Mississippi. Actually is being handled in Washington, D.C. Now, there is also reports of these white alleged friends of his trying to coerce or bully him into taking a substance that they use on a regular basis. These are the reports. It has been reported that these people are big fans of the cocoa, the booger sugar, and that Nolan is a serious sports freak. He had a big practice that he was had to perform the Monday after the 4th of July. And they said that there is You could hear him on one of these recordings at the party saying, I can't have that shit in my system. There's a whole lot of reports about this. Now, the only part of this story that we are getting out is coming from this stepmother who is the judge, who decided to go on her Instagram page with the old Confederate Mississippi flag in the background. A sitting judge, to say that she grew up, graduated high school with Nolan's mother, and she came out to say that she is sad about what happened to Nolan and all of this and that and the other, and but she just wanted to redirect uh, people's attention to Nolan and get their attention off of her child. And people have been threatening the lives of her family members, and all of this. It was about her. She decided to talk about her. And the reason they left is because they were taking on water in the boat. That's where we got. They were taking on water in the boat. This is where we get this story from. This mother, this judge. She was the one who set up the parameters of this story. This is where we got this from. Let me give you this as well. Then we get this from the brother. And then she shuts down her, after she does all that, then she shuts down her page again. I know you guys are wondering why I shut down my page and this, that, and the other. And after she shut down her page, after she went out and said all of that, what she said. And then she bought her page back to say a little more, to do a little more talking. And yes, we have attorneys because I have to protect my family. So then she came out to let you know that she lawyered up, but it ain't like you think it is. Okay. But did she ever tell you that she cooperated with the police? She let you know that they're willing to talk to Ben Crump. But this is something peculiar that also came out. This is a post that has been reportedly from the brother of the guy who went out with Nolan Wells, the son of the judge. Oh God, let me see if I can enlarge this. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me see. I see you responded, so I just want to let you know what really happened. This is allegedly from the brother of Nolan Wells. Of not Nolan Wells, of the judge's son. Now, understand the judge is the stepmother of the white dude who went out with Nolan. Can't be listening to all these black people saying his friends did something. He was with my brother that day on my boat, and he chose to stay. So now they're saying he chose to stay on the island. He's claiming the boat was his. He was out there on the boat with my brother, and he chose to stay. They know who the girl is. Now, this girl is what the girl's story is, to my knowledge, is that no, they want you to believe that black people are hyper, especially, well, no, black men and women. They want you to believe that old racist trope about black people being hypersexualized. They wanted you to believe that this young black man was sitting up here talking to this white woman, so his nose was wide open, and he didn't care that the boat was leaving, and I don't know why he didn't get on the boat. The only boat that he had to get, we don't know why he didn't get on the boat. He was talking to that white girl. Like that's the only piece of pussy in the world. They want you to believe that black people are so hypersexual, that had his nose wide open and open to anything else that was going on around him. Okay, that because that's what they think of black people. Okay. But what she said, that was the first time she met him. And they talked for a moment. And she went back to her boat when he said that he was going to get back on the boat with them. And she went and got back on the boat with her family. She now has an attorney, and she has never changed her story, and her story remains what it is. So I wonder what this attorney who continues to say, I don't know why he didn't get back on the boat, has to say. I wonder if they got in contact with these fishermen who heard all of this ruckus and all of this fighting. I wonder if they have gotten in contact with these people, and maybe they can tell this judge possibly about these 3 boats that they saw scurrying off. I wonder if they got in contact with the people who saw this brother's boat back at the island at 7:30 p.m. After his boat was allegedly taking on water. So that's why when allegedly Nolan wouldn't get on the boat, they had to leave because the boat was having mechanical problems, and it was taking on water, and he wouldn't get on the boat, and they had to leave. But they were back at 7:30 reportedly. Okay, so what else does he say? You can't be listening to them black people saying his friends did something. He was with my brother that day on my boat, and he chose to stay. They know who the girl is. Let me see. It happens at, let me see. It happens at, HOM all of the time. It happens at, I think they mean the island. It happens at HOM all of the time. These guys posting this shit on TikToks are all worthless blacks who want nothing but views. So what he's saying is, they know who the girl is. He went off with the girl, and they went off somewhere and was fucking. That's what he's saying. He's saying that they went and found a secluded place to go fuck. It happens all the time on the island. An island with no shelter, no big trees. They went off to hunch like a bunch of animals. That's what he's saying. The owner of the boat, his brother. And y'all want to say something bad about his brothers doing something. And this is his response. This is his response. because he's so racist that he believes that you believe that black people are that hypersexual that they fucking screw outside where they can be walked up upon by people partying at a fucking island uh with uh with no type of shelter can walk upon them like a bunch of rats or rabbits. That's what he wants you to believe about black people. Because you know uh, uh because people do it on the island all the time. Maybe your people do it on the island like that all the time, because that in fact did not happen. But this white boy want you to believe that that type of behavior is common. Let that sink in. Okay. Did you know that? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Let me see what you guys are saying. I did not say good morning to any of you guys. Loose lips sink ships. The truth will come out. And these kids with their parents that are connected hopefully will be outed. Oh, you think? Well, we can say some. I will put some behind that, Mike. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. Hey, Fred, it is good to see you. What? Now, I told you about Mitch McConnell, and I have given you a little brief synopsis of the Nolan Wells story. Which story do you think that Kakai Patel, who is on the verge of getting fired as the FBI chief, which story do you think Kakai Patel said that he is going to put the full strength of the FBI behind? Lindsy Graham allegedly dying of natural causes, or this Nolan Wells story with all of the lies that are being told, with none of these the cast of characters being even questioned, with a body washing up on shore that is unidentifiable to the mother without dental records, but it's not waterlogged, so nobody has told you what makes the body so unidentifiable to the parent of the child. Who do you think that Cash Patel is putting the full strength of the FBI to investigate which story? Of course, he's putting the full force of the FBI to investigate the reported natural causes of death of Lindsey Graham. You haven't heard the FBI say a motherfucking word about this whale story. Not one word have you heard the FBI say about this whale story. Shit. When they were see, at the same time that he was out there on this secluded beach partying with what he thought was his white friends, we had white supremacists marching all through Washington, D.C. But the Supreme Court wants to erase Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act because they want to pretend like we don't live in the same conditions in 2026 that we lived in 2025. See, this is why it is important, and your president wants to go through the Smithsonian Museum and erase all the factual history so that future generations will not even know it. So that future generations will come into these situations. Oh, do 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 do. And then when they get fucked up by this racism, they're gonna be like, oh, I didn't know racism was like. Who could believe that people could be like this? They won't see black bodies hanging from trees and families sitting out like they're in their Sunday best with lollipops and apples like they're at a picnic looking at the black bodies and taking souvenirs, toes and penises off the black bodies as souvenirs. They will be shocked. They will be shocked that you mean the people that we walk amongst are capable of doing this type of thing? And nobody is ringing the alarm? So do you think nobody rings the alarm when a group of people get together and did heinous things like that, and they watched it and they brought their children like it was a picnic? So do you think that these young, drunk, and white teenagers and young adults on this island on drugs, do you think that they got together and all of them didn't stay on code in 2026? I'm asking. Y'all act like it's impossible. Oh, well, someone would have said something. Oh, someone would have said something. Are you forgetting? I guess y'all forgetting what racism really is. I guess y'all think that we're post-racism too. This is in Mississippi. I guess some of y'all actually forget what we're really talking about. I guess you're shocked that they're saying the quiet part out loud, but you don't. You're not even paying attention to what they're saying. Okay, let me share. Let me. I came across this, and I really thought that this was spot on. These are medical doctors. Hold on. Let me remove this because these are medical doctors. I know a lot of you have heard of Emmett Till. There is a memorial plaque in Mississippi for Emmett Till. And that memorial plaque for Emmett Till is from the first day it was put up, is full of bullet holes, if you are unaware. But you know who else was unrecognizable for their mother? It was Emmett Till. Emmett Till, who a white woman who lied. She finally said that she lied and said that this child had whistled at her. Who was taken from his uncle's home by Klansmen. The husband and the brother-in-law, and beaten and had a industrial fan wrapped around his neck and thrown off a bridge and drowned. The only way his mother could identify him was a ring of his uncle that he used to wear. This is what actually set off the civil rights movement. And why did it set off the civil rights movement that this mother could not identify her child? because she refused to have a closed casket. She said, "No, I want everybody to see what they did to my child. You're not gonna whitewash history. You know, like specifically your president of that picture of that black slave that has all the whips on his body that was in the Smithsonian museum. He specifically said that he wanted that picture taken out of the museum. The whips across his body that are so horrible. He specifically said that he wants that out of the museum because it makes America looks like it was so bad. It was so bad on black slaves. That's what it was. She said, "No, you're gonna see what they did to my son," and that's what started the civil rights movement. So now you got these. You have white supremacists sitting in the Supreme Court, and you have a raccoon sitting in there, taking away all of the gains that we have fought and died for all these years later, under the guise of trying to appear like some superior educated people. These are people who have exchanged white robes for black robes. That's all this is. Trying to act as if there's some elite educated something other than what they are. Trying to act like we are in some racist America. And they are taking us back to the same America. If you are unaware, your president has put out a call for all employers, not government employers, all employers. It is time to fire all people who are not American citizens. He has called for the firings of hundreds of thousands of people. Your president. Now, is your president going to penalize his buddies who have hired all of these undocumented workers? Nah, he ain't going to penalize them. He's not going to penalize all of his buddies who haven't given American citizens the opportunity to learn these jobs, to unionize these jobs. Why do you think that these big corporations hired these undocumented workers? Because they didn't want to pay and hire union workers, so they hired undocumented workers because they didn't want to pay the American workers a living wage. They didn't want to treat the American workers right by union standards. So therefore, they cut the American workers out. And so these jobs and trades and skills have not been passed on from the prior workers to your children. That, these jobs that you did not need a fucking college degree, that brought people up into the middle class, that they peddled away to shortchange undocumented immigrants to make themselves richer billionaires. Those jobs, now they're telling them to get rid of all of these undocumented workers, all of them, hundreds of thousands of jobs. But that's another story for another time. I'm not ready for that right now. Let me share this with you. I got ahead of myself. Now they want to act like they care about America. At the same time, he says there are not enough intelligent people to go to our best college, so we're gonna have to bring in students from China to go to our best colleges. as he closed down the Department of Education. Make any of this make sense? What has your president done for the American citizen? What is this war? What is this war doing for the American? Let me get to what I wanted to share with you. Here we go. If you don't know your history, you are doomed to repeat this. This will be in my description box under history.
Reclaim America!
Sigh. So masked members of the white nationalist group, Patriot Front, marched in formation outside Washington, D.C.'s Union Station on July 4th, carrying U.S. and Confederate flags and chanting as they moved through the nation's capital. The demonstration drew widespread attention and renewed concerns about the visibility and organization of extremist groups during the 250th anniversary of the United States independence. And the footage sets the stage for a much broader conversation about history, symbolism, public spaces, and the competing narratives of who this country belongs to. I am Dr. Ide Brown.
And I'm Dr. Sonia Sloan.
And we are AYA,
Black and Brown Women Disruptors in Healthcare and Beyond. So today...
No, these are not doctorates of theology or anything like. These are medical doctors. Be clear.
We say happy 250th America. But we're going to talk about a virus, not the virus that you guys think of. We're talking about a virus that is killing people in this country every day. We're talking about the oldest pre-existing condition that America holds.
And let us do the math on this birthday. So 250 years ago, this country declared that all men are created equal. On that same soil, on that same day, Black people were property, enslaved, bought and sold. So when they throw a party for 250 years of freedom, understand what that number actually holds, because for most of it, we were not free. The founding and the enslavement were not two different Americas. They were the same America at the same time. And that is this country. And racism is the pre-existing condition that it was built with. And one thing this country has always done is to survive it, right? But without any accountability and refusing to look at the body, refusing to count the dead.
Yeah, because if you don't look, right, there's no crime. And if you don't count, then there's no crisis. So we've said this before when we were talking about the measles, when we've talked about so many other things. Just hide it, sweep it under the rug, right? But we've said it specifically about Black mothers dying in childbirth. And today we're saying about a young man in Mississippi that on the 4th of July, an 18-year-old African-American kid known as Nolan Wells got on a boat with his all-white friends to celebrate the holiday, 250 years in America, right? Off the coast of Mississippi. And he, this kid was a great kid. He was a college, he was a wide receiver. His high school coach said he was so happy-go-lucky. But that evening, he didn't come home, you guys. And today we are talking about this. It's all in the press. It's all over the media because it's another sign of what is going on in America today. And so 2 days later, his body rolls up and on Horn Island, and no one knows what happened.
Now, I need to be very careful here and very clear because we are physicians, and the truth is the whole point of this show. So we do not yet know how Nolan Wells died, right? The investigation is ongoing. The medical examiner has not released a cause of death. There is a video circulating online, and authorities have not confirmed what it shows or whether it is even connected to his death. So we are not going to tell you something we cannot prove. And that's just not what we do. But what we will show you is the devastating toll on parents who did everything right to protect their child. Let's roll the clip.
His body washed up with the tide on Sunday. Why would it come on Monday? It's not adding up. And that is the problem when you think about the history of Mississippi.
Yeah, so there's so many questions that need to be answered. And is there anything you'd like people to know about Nolan? What would you like them to know about your son?
the grief that a mother and father have to sit through an interview to talk about the loss of their child, not because they want to, but because they're trying to bring light to something, another injustice in America, that under these horrific conditions, they have to sit and be very transparent. Again, we don't know exactly all of the reasons why this child was killed or murdered or drowned. We don't know. But what we hear, what I can say is that Nolan's family said, not on our watch. They looked at the state of Mississippi and said, we're going to do our own autopsy. And we as physicians, we completely understand, because there's some things that can be swept under the carpet, you know. They commissioned their own autopsy. And because of that, they want to make sure that the official record could be trusted when it all goes down about the truth for their child.
Their attorney, Ben Crump, stated in an article, quote, "The national outcry and the family's insistence on full transparency directly invoked the painful parallels to the state's history of racial violence, including the lynching of Emmett Till in 1955, end quote. So let's pause for a moment. Let me give you the background here, because it matters. In 1955, Emmett Till was a 14-year-old Black boy from Chicago visiting family in Mississippi. A white woman accused him of grabbing her in a store and whistling. Days later, Emmett Till was tortured, murdered, and pulled from a river, so badly beaten that his own family could only identify him by his father's ring.
And his mother did something that changed this country today. She actually held an open casket funeral. She made sure that the world was going to look and see what they had done to her son. And that image helped launch the civil rights movement. Essentially, it put a fire under people. So the two men who killed him were acquitted in about an hour, hearing, but later they did confess for money that no one ever held them accountable to. And so that casket, you guys, that we're talking about, where Emmett Till is lying today, it's in a museum in Washington, D.C.
So let's go back to Nolan Wells, missing on the 4th of July of this year, 2026, later found in the water off of Horn Island, Mississippi. Now, his family requested an independent autopsy paid for by former NFL player Colin Kaepernick, civil rights, social activist, and had the body moved out of the state of Mississippi to be examined. Now, listen, this is a medical decision. It's also a statement, and it says that I do not believe the people whose job it is to read my child's body, that they will actually read it honestly. Yeah. And the family's attorney, Ben Crump, said the quiet part out loud. He said, this is the state where Emmett Till was lynched. And he's not wrong, right, Dr. Sloan?
No, not at all. It's just history repeating itself, right? So when a Black family says we don't trust the system to tell the truth about their child's body, this country, it likes to call it that we're being paranoid. We're calling the race card again. But as physicians, we call it data. There's a term in medicine. It's called weathering. And it was coined by a public health researcher named Arlene Garamos. And this book that you guys should have, it's called Weathering. It describes the chronic exposure of racism that goes on to the human body over time, the high blood pressure, the inflammation, the physical wear and tear on living under constant threat in America. It shows up in our patients. It shows up in our labs. It's measurable. It's something that Dr. Brown and myself deal with every day.
Racism is not just a feeling, right? It is that clinical exposure. And we've said it before on this show, your zip code, your treatment, whether a doctor believes the pain you say you are in, those are clinical variables, and they fall along racial lines. And here's what people get backwards. Race is a social construct. So the same person that's called Black in this country might be described a completely different way somewhere else. But racism, the racism that's experienced here is real. And the body cannot tell the difference in terms of the stress. It just absorbs the damage.
And as a Black woman in this country, all Black women in this country, we're 2.5 times to 3 times more likely to die having a child compared to a white woman, right? We've talked about these numbers before. Across income, it's different. Across education, it's different. And Black women, even with doctorate degrees, are more likely to die of childbirth, while a white woman that finished high school only, it can still live and her child thrive. So what's the problem? What's the issue here? And the body keeps score, but the CDC is removing those panels and those dashboards to keep that score.
So, now to connect this all, Emmett Till's mother, Mamie, did one thing that changed history and sparked the civil rights movement. She opened her son's casket and she said, "Let the world see what they did to my boy."
Let the world see. I'm going to pause it for a second. And for all of you dummies who are sitting in my chat talking about this a white woman didn't recant her story, telling me I have a computer in my hand. No, I don't have a computer in my hand. I'm doing my live from an actual computer. Maybe you have a computer in your hand. Please cite the source where they say that she did not recant her story. She recanted her story because she lied. What she said never happened. See, this is what you white people love to do. You think that you are being impactful for trying to tell me that what the facts are something different than what they are. This is history, and these are the facts. This woman lied, and these white men did this to a 14-year-old child, and here you are still upholding a lie. What good does it do you to uphold the lie? Say, for instance, she didn't lie. So what are you saying if she didn't lie? That, it would be okay for them to have done this to a 14-year-old if he had whistled at a woman, a 20-something-year-old woman? Is that your point? You have no point. You sound stupid. The facts of the matter is the bitch lied. You're trying to make a point that you have no fucking point. You're trying to absolve yourselves of the fucking horror and mischief and evil of your race.
And that's an image that you will never forget, that picture.
You're trying to absolve yourself of your culture, of what your culture represents. This is what your culture is. You people always want to talk about everyone else's culture. This is your culture. Deal with it.
And she turned her son's body into evidence that this country could not look away from. And that really started and put a fire under everyone about the injustice. And so on the 4th of July, in this year, 2026, in the capital of the United States, about 1,000 people ran from a thunderstorm that took shelter inside a building. That building was the National Museum of African American History and Culture, the NMAHC. Now, on the lower level of that building, behind glass, sits a casket. It's the casket that held the body of the 14-year-old boy, Emmett Till. And the people sheltering above that casket had actually come to celebrate, 250 years. In that same weekend, in the same city, that those men in masks marched throughout Washington carrying Confederate flags. All these things are interconnected.
Yeah. So yeah, happy 250th America.
Happy 250th America. All of you MAGA maggots who had to run and seek shelter. This museum was the place that was open for you to seek shelter. Maybe you should have walked around the motherfucker and learned something.
Erica, the irony, the unmitigated gall that so many minorities are feeling right now, specifically African Americans. And I'm going to say it, for those MAGA supporters to sit in refuge only feet away from the body of Emmett Till, his casket in this museum, is just surreal, you guys. So let me remind you that this is the same museum who sheltered all these 1,000 people on the 4th of July, celebrating MAGA stuff, right? 250 years. The same museum that Trump administration spent the whole last year trying to sanitize and destroy our history as African Americans, which is American history. Don't forget that. The Executive Order 14253, titled Restoring Truth and Sanity to America's History, that was signed by the president on March 27th, 2025. That executive order accused the Smithsonian of being divisive, the ideology being divisive. So the order instructed J.D. Vance, the vice president, in his role as a Smithsonian Board of Regents, to work towards eliminating what the administration called improper and divisive anti-American ideology from the Smithsonian Museum. But we're not talking about the Confederate flags that were marched through with white supremacists on the 250th anniversary on the mall.
We're not talking about the fact that the white supremacists even marched through Washington, D.C. We're not talking about the Confederacy being celebrated by Pete Kegbreath. The Confederacy. Everything that is apathetical to the United States of America. We're not talking about the Confederate flag being prominent in the North Carolina booth at that failed American fair that Donald Trump had. Two Confederate flags hung up prominently there. But you're trying to tell me that this bitch didn't lie on Emmett Till. One second. The woman who claimed Emmett Till whistled at her admits. August 1955, Caroline Bryan claimed a 14-year-old Emmett Till sexually harassed her, which led to a horrific lynching days later. But more than 60 years later, she finally admitted that she lied. Where else? Emmett Till's accusers recants part of her story. Emmett Till accuser admits she lied. Equal Justice Initiative. What are we talking about? Emmett Till's accuser, Carolyn Bryant, admit it was all a lie. Caroline Bryant finally admits Emmett fatally accused Emmett Till. She died without recanting. That one says Emmett Till accuser Caroline Bryant dies at age 88. Emmett Till's Caroline Bryant let me see. CNN. She admitted that her story was a lie. Let's go up. Question. Did the woman who accused Emmett Till recant her story? Yes. More than 6 decades after the lynching of Emmett Till, the woman who accused him of sexual harassment, Caroline Bryant Dohan, admitted that her 1955 story was false. In 2007, at age 72, Bryant told Duke University historian Timothy Tyson that her part of the statement about Till grabbing and threatening her was not true. She claimed that she could not recall what happened the rest of the evening at her husband's county store where Till briefly stopped by to buy gum. Brian testimony during the 1955 trial that Till had made hold on. That Till had made physical and verbal advances toward her was a key part of the case. It was later revealed that she lied. Brian's husband, Roy Bryan, and his half-brother, J.W. Millam, abducted, tortured, and murdered Till after the alleged encounter. The two were acquitted by a all-white, all-male jury, but they admitted their guilt in a 1956 Look magazine article. The admission came to light through Tyson research and was later detailed in the 2022 release of Brian's memoir manuscript, I Am More Than a Wolf. Which has which she had dictated to her daughter-in-law before 2008. The memoir leaked to the public in 2022 further confirmed her recantation and provided additional personal reflections on the event. What happened? She recanted and to her daughter-in-law and put it in a fucking book. What happened? I don't know what. You want to say that she didn't recant to make what you just saw on the face of this 14-year-old child okay? How? See, that is the culture. This is your culture. This is the culture of you people. To lie and to say anything to make that okay. That's your culture. You want to know what your culture is? That is your culture. Your culture, sir. That's your culture. That's your culture. Why you want to sit up here and talk dumb shit to me? Eat a dick. That's your culture as well. Okay, let's move on. Though that link is in my description box. For those of you who want to know facts. What else do we have? Let me see what else you guys are talking about. Because sometimes you just gotta stop a idiot in their tracks. A couple of facts. Quite easy. Let me see. You're telling me who I voted for. You're arguing about a whole lot of absolutely nothing. But I noticed you said nothing when I said, what do you have to say about all of these millionaires and billionaires who are employing these undocumented immigrants? You had nothing to say about that. I noticed you had nothing to say about these millionaires and billionaires that are hiring these undocumented immigrants, so they cannot, uh, so they don't have to pay, American workers' union wages that have lifted American workers out of poverty, because you're too dumb and stupid to have any comment on that, because you're one of these dumb MAGA voters who are against things that benefit you. Because to be a MAGA voter, you have to be against things that benefit you, because you have to point your finger at everyone else and not understand that you're fucking yourself at the same time. So while you're talking about who I voted for, I'm not talking about a motherfucking vote. I'm talking about motherfucking jobs, but you ain't saying nothing about that. You have nothing to say about that. I said what I said. I was clear on what I said. There's no opportunity for you to try to rephrase what I said. Undocumented immigrants wouldn't have jobs if American millionaires and billionaires weren't hiring them. That's against the law. What is happening to them? I noticed you didn't open your motherfucking mouth to say what's happening to the employers of these undocumented immigrants. What has ever happened to the employers of these undocumented immigrants? What has ever happened to your president who routinely hires these undocumented immigrants? I notice you have nothing to say about that. Bitch, don't come up here and act like you telling me something. Because, bitch, the only thing you know how to do is vote against your own best interests. Let's continue. Let's continue. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love the ignorance of it all. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button on the way out. I'm not reading a paragraph of bullshit and propaganda. Wrong page, bitch. Wrong page, bitch. I'm not reading your paragraphs of propaganda. Who said they were? Who said they were? Who said they were? Where did you get that from? Who said they were? What's your point? Why are you here? Well, why are you here? You have more problems to deal with. You have the same exact problems to deal with that black people have to deal with. If you have more problems to deal with, why are 99% of white people always worried about what black people are doing? Those are the problems that you have to deal with, of trying to worry about what black people are dealing with, of trying to put off what you're going through, trying to obfuscate, trying to blame the shit that you're going through on black and brown people, trying to blame your problems, your issues on black and brown people instead of the votes that you cast. Who you think you fooling? Who do you think you fooling? Exactly. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Hey, Z Sarah, it is so good to see you. They're uh trying to justify. Oh well, she didn't recuse her. I mean, she didn't say that she lied. She definitely said she lied. And if she hadn't said she lied, what difference would it have made? So if she hadn't lied, that justifies what happened to that 14-year-old child. Fuck out of here. No, bitch, you're the idiot. You're the idiot sitting in my chat trying to tell me I'm the idiot, bitch, and you're gone. Hit the like button on your way out, cunt. You're the fucking idiot. You fucking, oh, cunt. You mad because I showed you what your fucking culture represent? Y'all always want to talk about black culture. Don't get mad because I let you know that I know what your culture has always represented, bitch. And you're mad about it? Stay mad, ho. Welcome to the live. If you're enjoying the show, please smash the like button. Tell them, Z Sarah. Please smash the like button. Thank you, Z Sarah. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Your mama's very ignorant. Your mama has to be very ignorant because she has taught you absolutely nothing in life. Okay, let's move on. These dummies, I tell you. Let's move on. Kakai Patel will be trying to save his job. He's going to be researching who tried to take the life of Mitch McConnell. That's what the FBI will be putting their I guess whatever brain power has not been fired out of the FBI will be going towards seeing, Cockeye Patel and Dan Bongino. Their best money was made when they were podcasters doing conspiracy theories. So I guess we're back on the conspiracy theories that it was either Iran or Russia. Since he had recently come back from Ukraine, maybe it was Russia who set up a plot to kill Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham got what his hand called for. Lindsey Graham was a disgusting, deplorable, warmonger, hate-filled, hate-spewing bastard. The way Lindsey Graham had been getting on TV all liquored up and drunk and spewing hate about Iran and kill them all of this kill speech, motherfucking pansy that couldn't hurt a fly, a motherfucking bitch-made motherfucker who I guess he never met the right woman. Sitting up there talking all of this dumb shit about killing other people, like it was a sport, like it was for fun. A motherfucker abusing power, talking about killing other people. And it is just disgusting to hear all of these broadcasters come on and recreate the history of Lindsey Graham. I can see Lindsey Graham standing, trying to stand at the Golden Gates and telling John McCain, waving at John McCain, telling him, I'm on my way up there with a motherfucking bitch fan and fanning himself, standing in some high heels in a motherfucking dress, telling John McCain, I'm on my way to join you, and John McCain giving him that thumbs down like he used to, like he gave the thumbs down on that vote for that repealing Obamacare. I can see John McCain giving that hoe the thumbs down. And down to hell, bitch. You ain't coming up here. Go to hell, hoe. Fuck Lindsey Graham. This motherfucker was dizzy with power. Let's talk about Lindsey Graham. Let's really talk about Lindsey Graham and what they are not saying about Lindsey Graham. How they are trying to recreate the wheel of Lindsey Graham and all of the bullshit that Lindsey Graham used to talk. Lindsey Graham was trash. Let's get into it. Where is it? Only thing Donald Trump has to say about it. Oh, he talked to me about the Save Act. The only thing that Donald Trump has to say about Lindsey Graham is that's one less vote he has for that fucked up Save Act. Let's talk about who. Oh God damn. Not considering membership. Why did they put this on membership? How dare you, bulwark? Let's see if we agree. I'm just really sick of Lindsey Graham and all of the recreating of history. Let's see if someone else agrees with me.
That's uncalled for. I don't know why you guys would do that, honestly. Sorry if you hear some wind noise out here. It started raining outside, y'all, but this is what it looked like outside of Lindsey Graham's apartment. Take a look. Exclusive photos show Lindsey Graham being carted out of his residence while surrounded by emergency medical service workers administering first aid, says TMZ. So that's Lindsey Graham on the stretcher there. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. So what we know is he was apparently in Ukraine for a trip. And he came back after that long flight back, and he started experiencing chest pain in the evening. And apparently they called 911, or he called 911 at about 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. And I don't know all the specifics, but it appears to be the case that like he was gonzo pretty much immediately. It was like a massive heart attack, killed him pretty much immediately. I'm not sure if by the time he got to the hospital, I'm not sure if he was even alive by then. I think he may have been gone by the time he got to the hospital. Okay, so this is what we're hearing. Take a look at this from Black Knight. He says, imagine being the Republican Party and trying to hide the fact that one of your senators died, Mitch McConnell, to avoid holding a special election, and then a totally different Republican senator died from karma. So this is a big deal, bro. It's a big deal for a number of reasons. How about this? Chris D. Jackson says, the Senate is now effectively tied. McConnell is missing, Graham is gone, and Trump keeps pissing off Republicans like Tillis and Cassidy. You thought he couldn't get shit passed before? Just wait. He's a lame duck on steroids, burning the votes he needs to govern. So it makes sense if you count the votes the way he's counting the votes here, which, you know, there's reason to believe this is a fair way of analyzing it. The Senate is already effectively tied, especially with the shit that Trump wants passed, the stuff he's trying to force through. Not going to be able to do it. Simply not going to be able to do it. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. They are now messing with Lindsey Graham's Wikipedia. Lindsey Olin Graham was Donald Trump's personal masseur and Netanyahu's best friend. Damn. Damn. Got more, though. How about this one? He's put in there as First
Lady of the United States. That's why you dummies, you cannot source any information from Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is not a place where you can actually get facts. You can actually update Wikipedia yourself. You dumbasses who get your facts from Wikipedia.
Lady of the United States. Look, there's a lot of stuff I can say about Lindsey Graham. I will say this. I'm not sure there's a single senator in U.S. history who cared less about domestic politics, economic policy, and the American people.
All Lindsey Graham cared about was Israel. So do you think that Lindsey Graham could have been compromised by Israel? If he did, I'm pretty sure he made the best of it. I'm pretty sure Lindsey Graham made the best of it. Lindsey Graham, it is said, was able to pay for some of the best in-house services that money could buy. Those are the reports.
This man, upwards of 80% of the time he talked about anything, it would be foreign policy. It would be Israel. It would be Ukraine. It'd be having a big, beefy military or whatever the fuck. That's what he talked about. He simply did not care about anything domestically. And he would vote for all the worst things. Tax cuts for billionaires, cuts to Medicaid, cuts to the SNAP program. So nobody cared less about the people of the United States of America than Lindsey Graham. Also, I mean, I don't even need to get into the specifics, but I could sort of get into the specifics if you guys want. But the fact of the matter is, this dude, man, there's stories out there. There are whispers out there. There's a lot of the high dollar male escorts in the DC area have stories about Lindsey Graham, where he is one of the most obvious closet cases of all time. Go ahead and do yourself a favor and look up why they call him Ladybug.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find anything. Let's see what it says here. Y'all want to know? I want to know why they call him Ladybug. Why would they be calling Lindsey Graham Ladybug? Let me peruse this article. Okay, let's uh since it was brought up, I will link this article. You can peruse the article yourself. This is linked, and the video and this article is linked in my description box as well, under the title Lindsey Graham. Let's see why they call him Ladybug, shall we? Okay. I got everything in the description box. You can visit it at your leisure. You may want to have a drink before you go over here and read this. Okay. Let me share my screen with you. Oh, you know what? I also read that Lindsey Graham used to be a little chubby little something, and recently he's wound up with the obvious Ozempic face, like a lot of other people who mysteriously lost a lot of weight. Now, it was just really odd that they was saying that Lindsey Graham staff were at the shopping for caskets at the casket companies that make oversized caskets, and they said that for people who were like 500 and 600 pounds, that they said that he was that his staff were shopping at those casket companies. And I was like, well, he's lost a lot of weight. I don't understand why they would need those. And they said that they were looking for different tractor companies, and those companies that dig the graves and stuff, that they were looking for bigger what do you call those things? Whatever you call those things that dig up the ground. I forget what you call those things. They were looking for ones that had a wider scope, that they could scoop up wider areas, because he was going to have a obviously a wider casket. And I was like, why does Lindsey Graham need such a big ass casket? And they was like, well, Lindsey is going to have a casket with a closet included, because he's a closeted ass motherfucker. I said, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't know. That's just what I was told. That's what somebody told me. Lindsey Graham Ladybug's trans connection explained as old rumor resurfaces after his death. This is what the Ladybug. I'm just looking. I didn't bring this up. Somebody brought this up to me. I didn't know anything about the Ladybug. With the recent passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, old rumors and memes about him have started circulating again online. Lindsey Graham has long been linked to the Ladybugs reference, which led to the hashtag LadyG. In the past years, many people have been sending have been seen adding the ladybug emoji to photos of the senator. Have y'all seen any pictures of Lindsey Graham with a ladybug attached? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't had the opportunity to use a photo of Lindsey Graham, but I will remember to pay my respect and put a ladybug in any photo that I use going forward of Lindsey Graham. But but what it actually means and where does it come from? In 2020, a gay P master, Sean Hardy, indirectly mentioned Graham on X, writing, "There is a homo 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 with an H phobic Republican senator who is no better than Trump, who keeps passing legislations that is damaging to the LGBT and minority communities." He claimed that Graham had allegedly hired multiple um, um, ex workers with an S and wondered if enough people coming forward with similar allegations could cost him his office. The claim soon went viral, with people describing Graham using the ladybugs phrase, fitting into the larger pattern of speculation about his sexuality. However, Lindsey Graham reportedly has denied rumors about his sexuality. "I just haven't met the right woman." You know, the Liberace excuse. "I just love mother." More on the story below. Lindsey Graham's ladybugs. Where did the rumor come from? The ex post, formerly of Twitter, made by Sean Hardy, quickly gained attention online, with many people believing Hardy was referencing Graham. In another tweet, he added that he cannot do this alone. If someone is willing to stand against the person whom he called LG, please let him know. From the initials used by him in the tweet, many started wondering if he was talking about Graham. LG? Whom else? What other senator could he have been talking about? In the tweet, many users came forward and made similar allegations and shared unverified claims about Graham. Soon after, another person named Philip Hong made an allegation that seemed to be referring to Graham and mentioning the phrase ladybugs. In the Medium article reportedly titled "Lindsey Graham hired me as an escort." Oh, Hong made claims against Graham after being. I don't want to subscribe. After being reportedly hired and meeting him in the Westmore Hotel, he wrote that he thought the docs. He wrote that he thought the dark spots around the man's private area were dirt and tried to wipe them off with a wet towel. God damn. The person mentioned asking the man if he had taken a shower, and it got a yes in reply. After wiping the area multiple times, he realized that it wasn't dirt, but clusters of dark moles. Oh, TMI. The person now. TMI. You mean that this person had to go down on a fucking lap full of moly balls and thighs? Oh, oh, oh. The person reportedly continued in the article, adding that they were they were his little. The person reportedly continued in the article, adding that they were his little ladybugs, which is said to have inspired the nickname. Many people came to believe the person referred to Graham. But there has never been any verified evidence confirming that they were about him. The rumor also spread online. Many people started calling Lindsey Graham Ladybugs and Lady G. The lady came from the alleged ladybug references, while the G stood for Graham. Okay, we got the answer. Where did the phrase ladybugs come from? Thank you, Kyle Kalinske. I greatly appreciate that. I vomited a little in my mouth as I was discovering that answer. But thank you, Kyle. Oh my God. Z Sarah, I love your pictures. It looked like you had I don't know if you were on vacation, if you've moved. Oh my God. That skirt that you had on in that picture where I commented about that skirt, I loved it. I love your pictures. It looked like you had a great time. Okay, let's get back to. I thought that was interesting. I just wanted to follow. I just wanted to follow it through with you guys. Oh, that's nice. You're absolutely right about that. Both sides. Yeah, and when you talk about it, they want to talk about one side of the politician, but they want to ignore what actual is going on in politics. They want to ignore what you're saying to try to bring up something that you're not saying. So they want to act like what you're talking about is not happening. There, all of this. But what is that? But what about the other side? There are conversations that are to be had about the actual topics of things. All of this other sideism and both sides do it and all of this shit. If you want to have a conversation about what you want to have a conversation about, have the conversation. But don't try to always look at something that is being done on the other side, because 9 times out of 10 the shit that they try to compare it to that is being done on the other side is not even comparable to the conversation at hand. That is the dumbing down of society that is done by the for-profit media of having we're going to have a Democrat and Republican on here, and all of this both sidesism of the conversation is a bunch of bullshit. And you notice people in these chats, they cannot stay on topic about what is being talked about. They go all off topic of what is actually being talked about to talk about something you've never brought up. You've never brought up any of these things because they can't converse on what you're speaking on. Because no one has told them the talking points of what you're speaking on. So therefore, they can't respond. They have to go back to the talking points that they're familiar with. Let's continue.
Or ladybugs. Go ahead and look that up. I'm not going to repeat it on air. This is a family-friendly show, but y'all go ahead and check that out, and you decide what to do with that information. But I know what I did with that information, and it was try to snuff it out of my memory because it was haunting me. Okay, look at this. This is the last photo of Lindsey Graham to exist. It is Lindsey Graham holding a drone. This photo was taken yesterday in Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, he died doing what he loved. He died doing what he loved, and that is warmongering. That is holding weapons of death and destruction. This man loves nothing more than death and destruction. He's never met a single war that he didn't love, and everybody knows that about him. Everybody knows that. Benjamin Netanyahu posted, Sarah and I grieve with the American people over the loss of our dear friend, Senator Lindsey Graham. In our recent meeting, I said, Lindsey is...
Grieve with the American people? The American people? I guess I don't know what American people he's speaking of. I'm sure you grieve with the American people because he was beholden to you, unlike and had no loyalty to the American people. So of course you would be grieving for him. He did nothing for the American people. Gave zero fucks about the American people. Let's be real clear. Lindsey Graham had no policy to help the American people. He only wanted to help Israel.
He's a great friend of Israel and a cherished friend of mine. We have no better friend than Lindsey. Lindsey understood that the security of Israel and America are inseparable. He devoted his life to defending America, strengthening our alliance, and standing up for the free world. Israel has lost one of its greatest friends. America has lost a great patriot. I have lost a beloved friend. Our hearts are with Lindsey, Lindsey's family, and with the American people at this difficult time. May his values and initiatives continue to guide us toward victory and peace. May his memory forever be a blessing. Somebody posted that there's somebody at Mossad headquarters with a tear in their eye deleting 2 terabytes of blackmail material on Lindsey Graham this morning. And you know...
Oh my God. 2 terabytes. They're crying. They gotta eliminate the blackmail that they have on Lindsey Graham. We had a sitting senator sitting up in the United States Senate doing all of our bidding for not. Now the motherfucker's dead. It's a sad day in Israel.
What? That may be accurate, huh? That may be accurate. This is another one. Like, you look at Trump and you go, oh my God, the Mossad blackmail material on this man, the Epstein blackmail material. Everybody's looking, wondering, hey, why does Trump keep going back to war with Iran and keep carpet bombing innocent people there and keep doing the worst imaginable things? Well, the reason is Epstein got blackmail on him. Now Mossad and Netanyahu have it, and Trump doesn't want that to come out. Okay. He's also a warmonger in his own respect, but we're at the point now where I don't think you can explain this without blackmail. He's directly fucking his chances of a political future and the Republican chances of a political future. Doesn't seem to care. Another person who there's a very high likelihood of immense blackmail on is Lindsey Graham. We got to be serious about it. This is a man who literally never in his entire time in office ever disagreed with Israel a single fucking time. That's not an accident. Okay. That's not a coincidence. The literal terrorist, Itamar Ben-Gvir, says, today, Israel has lost one of its greatest friends. Senator Lindsey Graham stood with Israel not because it was easy, but because he believed it was right. His unwavering support, courage, and moral clarity earned him the admiration of millions of Israelis. The state of Israel will always remember his friendship, the unwavering support, and his steadfast commitment to Israel's security. Heartfelt...
Oh, God, I wish I could find... They put it on members only. However, North Carolina, when they had that hurricane and that flood, and they were talking about what North Carolina needed. and they were talking to Lindsey Graham, and they were talking about the horrendous flooding that had gone on in North Carolina. And Lindsey Graham said, well, yeah, they need things, but what about what Israel need? Israel need a whole lot of things. They need bombs. They're going to be attacked. He started talking about what Israel need. And the people in North Carolina were in the middle of this flooding. Oh, let's continue.
Condolences to his family and the American people. May his memory be a blessing. This is a guy who literally was celebrating passing a law that was basically turning their detention camps into death camps and mass murdering the 10,000 or so hostages they have of Palestinians. That's what this man was most recently in the news for. Okay, this man is a direct, literal terrorist, and it's people like him who are celebrating Lindsey Graham in the wake of his death. All right, Nancy Mace is considering running for Lindsey Graham's seat. So Beansy is at it again, y'all. Beansy is at it again. She may throw her hat in the ring. Not quite sure how that's going to go for her. We also have this. Whenever people try to finger wag at you and tut-tut and say, how dare you react in, a natural way when somebody like Lindsey Graham is gone, always remember, here's Donald J. Trump. Not that long ago, March 21st, Robert Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. President Donald J. Trump. And then when Lindsey Graham goes, Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the greatest people and senators I've ever known, is dead. He was always working and was a true American patriot. Lindsey will be greatly missed. Details and arrangements to follow. So sad, President Donald J. Trump. No, seriously, though, I think Trump is probably shitting in his pants over Lindsey Graham dying. Because Lindsey Graham is 71 years old, seemed to be fine, played golf with Trump all the time, talked to Trump all the time, and Trump just saw him go like that. And we know Trump is going through a whole bunch of health issues. Cognitive health issues, physical health issues. He just said, I went for another physical voluntarily the other day. That's a total fucking lie. No, the fuck you didn't. You're going there for some sort of treatment for something we don't know. Is it mini strokes? Is it congestive heart failure? Is it Alzheimer's? Is it something else? But he knows, and he looks like garbage. He looks like trash. But remember, y'all, don't let anybody on.
Hold on. Let me see if there's any more Lindsey Graham. I want to get to what Lindsey Graham was saying about Trump before he started sucking Trump's nutsack.
It's a sick joke, bro. It's a sick joke. Steve Schmidt says, Lindsey Graham was a simple, tragic man. He lacked a moral core. The great empty spaces of his life were filled with an insatiable need for relevance. He found it as a cast member in the most malignant reality show ever made. By the way, before Lindsey Graham sold his soul to Trump and Maga, he's always been a warmonger, let's be clear about that, but he understood other elements of Maga for what it was. The xenophobia, the bigotry, the racism, the divide and conquer. Here he is. He ran for president in 2016. Most people don't remember this. He got like -7% of the vote. He was running on a platform of, let's continue the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan forever. That's my position. Let's never get out. That's my take.
Let's see what Lindsey Graham used to say about Trump. Let's not forget what he used to say about Trump.
That's what he ran on. You wonder why he got like -7% of the vote. But here's what he used to say back then when talking about Trump. Listen to this.
I want to talk to the Trump supporters for a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy. He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. He doesn't represent my party. He doesn't represent the values that the men and women who wear the uniform are fighting for. I think he's a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office. And I'm a Republican, and he's not. He's not a conservative Republican. He's an opportunist. He's not fit to be president of the United States. He's disparaged women. He has an 80% disapproval rating among Hispanics. At the end of the day, he would be the most flawed nominee in the history of the Republican Party. He accuses most illegal immigrants of being rapists and drug dealers. He plays into the idea that maybe Obama is a Muslim. 70% of us in South Carolina believe that Donald Trump is not a conservative Republican. We think that he's unfit for office, that he would be a terrible commander-in-chief. He doesn't have the temperament or judgment. I think Donald Trump is a political car wreck, and people slow down and look at the wreck, but they eventually move on.
This is before he became the biggest Trump ball sweat slurper, ladies and gentlemen. He became the...
Okay, this link is in my description box. But let me share another link with you to remind you what Lindsey Graham as a senator did for America. How Lindsey Graham, with the power of a sitting senator, how he looked after Americans. Shall I shall.
You can thank Donald Trump and Elon Musk for that.
You know, I've been going all over South Carolina like most people. I hadn't slept much. But look what's going on in Israel. Our friends in Israel are surrounded by people that want to kill them, destroy them.
This is in the middle of the storm. I've been going all over South Carolina. I haven't slept much. They're in the middle of the storm in South Carolina. Understand?
You can thank Donald Trump and Elon Musk for that.
You know, I've been going all over South Carolina like most people. I hadn't slept much. But look what's going on in Israel. Our friends in Israel are surrounded by people that want to kill them, destroy them, a second Holocaust in the making. And Biden says, be proportional. What is the proportional response to people who want to kill you and your family? They're running out of ammunition in Israel. We have to help our friends to keep the war over there from coming here. The world is...
The boys were pulling up the location from Snapchat. So
you can
Biden had the audacity to say be proportional in the strikes that were going on in regards to October 7th, where they have done a whole genocide. Israel has done a whole genocide in Palestine. And Lindsey Graham was up in arms for Biden's having the audacity to say, be proportional in the strikes that you do in Palestine. Don't do a whole genocide over what happened on October 7th. At the same time that people in his own districts are dying and losing their homes, all he can think to talk about is helping Israel they're losing weapons. Their people want to kill them. As Israel has always been getting billions of dollars. They weren't ever running out of weapons. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the longer portion of that. Well, you got that. Let me see. I don't want to see people pretending he wasn't what he was. He was a vile, sick puppy. Okay. Let me go to some things that I have held. Let me share my screen with you again. Okay.
All right, everybody, I hate to say it, but this is the current state of America. One of the largest shows on Fox News, pulling millions and millions of viewers, had to interrupt their coverage of the death of former Senator Lindsey Graham in order to announce that the United States is carrying out a new round of strikes on Iran. We are 140 days or so into this war that was supposed to last 4 to 6 weeks, and we are currently losing. I honestly struggle to think of a better way to honor the former senator than to announce that we are currently at war with a country that begin with the letters IRA. We're rapidly depleting our missile stockpiles. We're rapidly increasing our debt. Lindsey Graham would be the first one to tell you when he was alive that he wants to go to war with Iran. He would say that he wants to free the people. But then when Trump threatened to murder all the people of Iran, including citizens, Lindsey Graham was behind him as well. So you can tell
how apropos that Fox News has to interrupt their bullshit behind showing reverence to Lindsey Graham to announce that these strikes that are going on in Iran. Lindsey Graham was like a rabid dog talking about what all the killing that they should do to the people in Iran. Had no care or consequence of what would happen to the people in Iran. Let's move a little forward. This is in my description box under Iran. I'm under Lindsey Graham.
Going on TV, but at the end of the day, it's important that we're all in this together and that we all keep pushing. This brings me on to the actual procedural implications of Lindsey Graham's death. Listen to this. The death of longtime Senate Judiciary Committee member Lindsey Graham leaves the panel without one of President Donald Trump's staunchest allies as senators weigh Todd Blanche's Attorney General nomination and other.
Let's not forget. This Wednesday, right here on my show. Oh my God. I don't know how we're going to do this. Because I will have to be leaving. I have an appointment. And it will be in the middle of Todd Blanche going before the judiciary for his confirmation hearing. But here on my channel, we watch the hearings live. We may have to cut it off and we may have to come back on Thursday, or we can watch the full hearing on Thursday. You know that this hearing is going to be so freaking good on Thursday. If I can possibly move my appointment around, because I want to be here for this full hearing on Thursday. Now, they believe that Todd Blanche, who has been blocking all of the Epstein stuff. Now, it has come out that the ranch that Jeffrey Epstein had in New Mexico, the Attorney General in New Mexico has been writing Todd Blanche, wanting information about the Epstein files, and Todd Blanche has just been ignoring him, not even bothering to answer him. He's been doing that to judges too. So why wouldn't he do that to the Attorney General in New Mexico? Now, understand that there are reports that there are some women who were buried on Epstein's property in New Mexico, and also understand that one of Trump's reported donors, purchased this property, and also understand that mysteriously the son of Trump's donor who purchased this property, his son who owned a fireworks company in somewhere in Dallas, Texas, mysteriously got a job in the White House, some high ranking job in the White House. The son who owned a fireworks company is now some consultant in your White House. The son of the man who purchased Jeffrey Epstein house in New Mexico, where there has been reports of 2 bodies that were buried of young girls. Do you hear what I'm saying? So Todd Blanche has been ignoring the request of the Attorney General, who wants to investigate what went on at this ranch. His confirmation hearing is on the 15th, this Wednesday. We're going to be there. This should be interesting. Be here or be square.
E-pics. Graham a Republican from South Carolina who led the committee during the second half of Trump's first term, died Saturday at 71. The news came just days before the panel is scheduled to hold a highly anticipated two-part confirmation hearing for Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche was Donald Trump's personal attorney during the election, helped him get out of some crazy, crazy stuff. They got lucky. And then after that, he became the deputy attorney general until Donald Trump had to kick Pam Bondi out when he fired Christino and Pam Bondi, a lot of the women in his administration. Todd Blanche is now the acting attorney general, and they're about to try to nominate him as the real attorney general. So Blanche, the acting attorney general and former personal lawyer for Trump, must now face a committee led by Republicans with just a one margin vote without Graham, and his advancement is not assured. The absence of Graham, who had vocally supported Blanche's nomination, will be felt as the nominee looks to dispel concerns from some Republicans over his level of independence from White House influence, former Senate aide said. And let me tell you, there is not a lot of daylight between the White House and the current attorney general. It is actually despicable. Just a few days ago, New Mexico's top law enforcement official said he was fed up, and he said that the Department of Justice under Trump, effectively acting at the behest of Donald Trump, is obstructing an investigation of Jeffrey Epstein's former ranch. Look at what I have highlighted on screen. This is not some random liberal online making an allegation. This is New Mexico's Attorney General Raul Torres. He sent a letter to the acting Attorney General U.S. Todd Blanche. He actually sent 5 letters over the course of over 140 days, and he got no response about Zorro Ranch, the 4th real estate of Jeffrey Epstein that a lot of people ignore. We know about St. James, his island, really weird. We know about his Manhattan townhouse, which was a former girls' school, very weird. We all know about the Palm Beach property, of course, but Zorro Ranch was this desolate, isolated ranch in New Mexico where the allegations are serious. They range from him burying 2 young foreign girls after he strangled them to death, to him trying to impregnate young women en masse. New Mexico lawmakers and authorities opened investigations into Zorro Ranch and Epstein's other ties to the state after a document released by the DOJ earlier this year outlined an allegation that the late convicted sex offender had the bodies of 2 women buried near the estate. The ranch reportedly was also where Epstein envisioned launching an effort to populate the planet with children bearing his genes, though there's no evidence that he actually acted upon the eugenesis plan. But at the same time, they didn't allow an investigation into this from 2019 to 2026. The DOJ, especially under Donald Trump, was stopping an investigation directly. Then one of Trump's close allies ended up buying the property, likely covering things up. The DOJ just accidentally owned itself with an Epstein Files blunder. Aaron Parnas tweeted out on this original tweet, "Not enough people are talking about this. The Trump administration is impeding the only active criminal investigation in the Jeffrey Epstein." And DOJ rapid response under Todd Blanche says, "We are." We are. I'm assuming they meant to say, like, they're trying to defend themselves. What they're trying to do is defend themselves, saying we are investigating it. But they accidentally just said that they are impeding the investigation. Aaron Parnas says, "The DOJ just responded to my tweet and admitted it is impeding the only criminal investigation into the Epstein files." On screen now is Attorney General Pam Bondi, when she still had her job a few months ago, standing next to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, the one that is going to be struggling to be confirmed due to Lindsey Graham dying. We also have new photos of Mitch McConnell, actually. The new photo of Mitch McConnell released. People are on conspiracy theories about it online, but I'm assuming that this is...
They gave proof of life of Mitch McConnell. Just because they have a proof of life doesn't mean that he's cognizant to actually make a vote in the Senate. They need to speak to him. He looks like he doesn't have all of his marbles with him. They have him holding a newspaper to let you know that this was taken on the day that they say that it was taken as well. And they hauled his wife back from China to prop him up as well.
I'd say this is likely a real photo showing that he is back. He doesn't really look that great, and he was rendered unconscious multiple times, but it seems like Mitch McConnell is still kicking. To continue with this, AG Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche admitting on camera there were a few mistakes with the release of the Epstein files.
I think it was less than 1% error. Todd, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, that's right. We said from the beginning that any mistakes that were made, and there should be no mistakes. And so when you say lawyers have said something, that's not a fair question, and you know it. Because we took pains to protect victims. When we were when someone identified.
Understand that they identified plenty of victims, and they gave plenty of information about victims in these Epstein files that were released. And all of this dumb shit that he's talking, those were scare tactics to the victims. Understand what they were doing, and trying to make it seem like of these that were mistakes that were made at the highest level of government. The highest level of government, they made these mistakes of releasing the names of victims of Jeffrey Epstein.
That there was a victim. We immediately pulled that document down, fixed it, and put it back up.
Immediately.
And so of course we don't ever want to do anything to re-victimize anybody that was victimized by the horrible crimes of Mr. Epstein. But we didn't. And we didn't, to the extent that mistakes were made, and there were mistakes.
And we didn't. We released their names, and we didn't re-victimize them because we immediately. This is a bunch of bullshit. This is what we're entertaining. We made mistakes, and we re-victimized people who, when they were underage or went through a lot of stuff with these old, perverted, nasty, disgusting men of a certain culture. It's in their culture. A certain culture of men who repeatedly do this type of thing and protect each other from being held accountable for their disgusting culture.
Made because of the reasons the Attorney General just said.
Bro, what a word salad. Can we do anything but make this guy our next Attorney General? Lord have mercy. This guy, as the Attorney General, has been stifling this investigation into Zorro Ranch. New reporting reveals that Trump's FBI received a tip back in 2019 that 2 young girls were buried outside Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Now, the New Mexico Attorney General...
Now, the tip came from an employee who worked on Zorro Ranch. An alleged employee who worked on Zorro Ranch. And the thing about this tip that came in from this alleged employee who worked on Zorro Ranch, what the employee said that allegedly Epstein and Madam G told him something about getting rid of the bodies or something. Madam G. Who is Madam G? Madam G would be Ghislaine Maxwell. Who is Ghislaine Maxwell? Madam G would be who Todd Blanche personally made sure that she got out of the prison that she was in and went to a cupcake prison with the knowledge of this employee of the ranch saying that there were 2 girls buried on this Zorro Ranch who have lost their life in some kinky practice, in some threesome. I think I have the letter. What it details they were choked doing a threesome, and I think I have another video with the details of what this employee said. And Todd Blanche, who is going to be questioned in front of Congress to be the head of the DOJ, went and questioned Ghislaine Maxwell and put her in a cupcake prison where even the regular prisoners are saying she is getting treatment that she is not allowed. Let that sink in. This is who's going to be the head of the DOJ.
General is straight up just saying, dude, we have sent you letter after letter after letter, and none of them are getting through. The DOJ is not complying whatsoever. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche then desperately made this post saying, Senator Graham was an American patriot who loved our country. He was a friend whose advice and humor was always appreciated. This was a devastating loss for America and the people of South Carolina, and our prayers are with his family. Check out this ad against Todd Blanche.
It isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein.
Meet Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States and the guy who oversaw the release of the Epstein files. How'd that go? 2 million Epstein pages still haven't been released. And Blanche transferred Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell to a cushy prison camp with puppies and Pilates. Oh, and now he wants to add Attorney General to his profile. This isn't a resume to award. Tell your senators don't confirm Todd Blanche.
It is
honestly very well said right there. At the same time, we have new aerial photos being released revealing the damage to the White House. Why are they reinforcing the front door? Why is Trump rapidly tearing things down at the very last minute? This is absolutely absurd. I want to bring this all the way back to Fox News interrupting their coverage on the death of Lindsey Graham. I want to bring this back to where we started because right now, as I make this video on Sunday night, the war is rapidly escalating. I'm actually about to fly out to New York because I'll be on CNN Newsnight tomorrow on Monday.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Let me see. I think I held the video of. I do think that I have the. I do think I have the video where they were talking about this Zorro Ranch. Let me see if I can find that. Maybe it's here.
While James Comey's daughter, Maureen Comey, was cooperating with the New Mexico officials investigating Epstein's Zorro Ranch as far back as 2019. So what does Todd Blanche, the nominee to be the Attorney General, have to hide? Why is he still sending redacted documents or no documents at all to the New Mexico Attorney General and its Department of Justice, the New Mexico Department of Justice, as they try to investigate what terrible criminal things may have happened at the Zorro Ranch? There's been rumors for years that there are dead bodies buried of sex abuse victims and sex abuse survivors who didn't survive but are buried at the Zorro Ranch. What does Todd Blanche have to hide? A critical letter just went out. We have a copy of it dated in the last few days from the Attorney General for New Mexico, directed to Todd Blanche, now publicly.
I told you.
Made available. I'm Michael Popak. You're on Legal AF YouTube channel. The Epstein scandal.
You can find this video in my description box under Zorro Ranch. Let's get into this letter, and I do believe this is where the employee of Zorro Ranch details what happened to these two young girls on Zorro Ranch.
Won't go away because we have
allegedly
a president who had a close personal relationship with two child sex traffickers and won't let the public, the media, and others get to the bottom of what the nature of that relationship is and was, and has a henchman in a totally captured, compromised Todd Blanche doing his dirty work. Or Michael Popak, let's get to the letter and the demand and the link between Maureen Comey, who was the prosecutor of Epstein and Maxwell, fired just before Todd Blanche interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell. We'll tie it all together here on Legal AF. Take a minute and hit the free subscribe button. This is a letter that's now been made public, sent to Todd Blanche, acting Attorney General, and the Associate Deputy Attorney General from the New Mexico Department of Justice and the Attorney General, Raul Torres. Here's what it says. I'll read it to you. You want to read it for yourself as well. It's up in Legal AF Substack under Filings AF. First page, the New Mexico Department of Justice writes, with urgent purpose, without complete and prompt access to relevant unredacted records held by the Department of Justice, U.S., survivors of serious criminal conduct at Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico are being denied justice. The harm is a direct consequence of the United States Department of Justice's continued failure to comply with the New Mexico Department of Justice's outstanding records request. They asked for, in particular, the following categories of documents that the Department of Justice in Washington under Todd Blanche has refused to turn over. February 13th, 2026, written correspondence to Blanche requesting access to certain specific Epstein file, Transparency Act documents, and all related Zorro Ranch investigative materials. Denied. March 13th, 2026, a letter to then Attorney General Bondi identifying 5 illustrative redacted Epstein documents and requesting access to unredacted versions. Denied. April 1st, 2026, a telephone conference with Associate Deputy Attorney General Diego Pestana, in which the United States Department of Justice affirmed its commitment to cooperate and said, send a formal letter. But then when they sent the formal letter, it was the no response was provided by the Department of Justice. See, Department of Justice wants everybody to believe that they're cooperating, but they're not cooperating. Even today, after this letter became public, the Department of Justice had a statement completely made up of gaslighting, that the DOJ has substantively responded last month to a request from Torres's office, adding the DOJ reiterates that it welcomes New Mexico undertaking additional investigations of the Zorro Ranch and stands ready to provide necessary assistance. That's a lie. You can tell from the way the letter is written that they haven't provided that assistance. In fact, it is clear that in 2019, under Donald Trump's then Attorney General William Barr, they put a kibosh on and ended the investigation related to Zorro Ranch. Here's what it says at the bottom of page 2. On September 17, 2019, then Chief Deputy Attorney General Clara Moran transmitted to the Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey, that's former FBI Director James Comey's daughter, the entirety of their file, New Mexico's investigative file, including police reports, witness interviews, and materials related to Epstein's use of New Mexico's lands, and specifically requested that the U.S. DOJ notify New Mexico should the federal investigation reveal additional survivors of crimes occurring in New Mexico. And then they talk about the arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell in July 8th of 2020. But that the New Mexico Department of Justice investigation was effectively suspended by federal request in 2019. Its file released to federal authorities and its survivors left without an accounting of what occurred in New Mexico. Here's House of Representatives member James Comer of the House Oversight Committee admitting that the Department of Justice under Donald Trump killed the Zorro Ranch investigation by New Mexico by request. Play the clip.
I do know this. The federal government asked New Mexico to stop their investigation, I believe back in 2019 of that ranch. So there's just so many questions about how the government failed the victims and how government failed in trying to prosecute Epstein sooner. I mean, this whole thing doesn't make sense. Everyone has conspiracy theories on, how Epstein was able to get away with it. Was it because he had, powerful friends? Yeah. Was it because he was an agent? No, we don't know, but we're going to find out. And I'm glad that they're on the ground now in New Mexico searching that property.
Congressman, you said in 2019, the government told New Mexico authorities to stand down investigating the ranch. Do you know what branch of the government?
It was the Department of Justice, I believe, and I believe it was because they I believe it perhaps was the Southern District of New York, because they had taken over the investigation at that point. So again, these are questions that we have. We want to get the answers, but I will say publicly, I'm glad that the New Mexico authorities are on the ground searching that property. I don't know if there's anything there. I don't think anybody knows, but I do know this, Jesse. It's probably never been searched before very thoroughly.
That's crazy.
The house probably has, but the property hasn't.
But it continues. That's why they're making the demand. They say on page 3 of the letter that without the information they're seeking from the U.S. Department of Justice under lock and key ordered by Donald Trump and Todd Blanche, the identities, quote, of those who suffered abuse at the hands of Epstein's network in New Mexico remain hidden behind government redactions. Survivors who may not know that New Mexico is actively seeking to find them, hear them, and pursue justice on their behalf. Investigators cannot identify corroborating witnesses, the staff, the associates, the individuals present at the Zorro Ranch, whose accounts are essential to substantiating survivor testimony and constructing the evidentiary foundation which prosecutors require. In fact, the very foundation of their investigation and prosecution in New Mexico erodes because of the intentional foot dragging by Todd Blanche. What does he have to hide? We know the answer to that. It's rhetorical. He's trying hard not to have to get dragged into anything that is part of the Epstein scandal, the Jan 6th weaponization fund scandal, the super pardons given to Donald Trump and his family and associates scandal, or give any testimony anywhere, anytime before next week's hearing, confirmation hearing, for him to get the top job as Attorney General. That's it, plain.
Okay, so that is in my description box. That is not where the letter is found. Let me see if I can find where they talked about that letter. That is not where they talked about the letter. Where is the letter? Maybe it's here.
Holy shit, guys. I just spent 8 hours.
Yes, it's here. Now, this is under Zorro Ranch. This is where they talk about the letter from the employees and the two bodies that are allegedly buried on the ranch. This Todd Blanche confirmation on Wednesday is going to be really, really good. And we will be there live, talking our shit. This is in the description box under Zorro Ranch.
Hours on my stream going through the Epstein files, and I found the most damning information against Trump that no one's talking about because you cannot keyword search it. There are multiple files of journal entries made by a 16-year-old girl where she's writing in code and she's using collages from magazines to explain the abuse that was dealt upon her by Epstein and his friends. All of her writing is written in a way where you have to read it down and then diagonally and then down and then diagonally. So for example, this right here says like Mar-a-Lago, and you can see that because they transcribe it in the next page. The transcription for that last page reads like Mar-a-Lago, where I see Mr. Joe and Mrs. Ann. I found a separate PDF file that you can't keyword search because they purposely didn't transcribe it, but right here it says, does this lady know you can't have any dignity if you've been with him? I know I have none, only Skittles. And then it says magazine cutout of Ivana Trump. And she has these disturbing magazine cutouts everywhere. For example, right here, she cut out, it's good to be little, and she crossed out the word good and put bad. They also redacted some of these, so if you want to find them, you need the exact PDF names to search, and I'll put them right here. But I highly recommend everyone read them. There's some crazy stuff in there about how Epstein impregnated her multiple times and then forced her to get late-term abortions.
All right, everybody, we're about to dig into one of the most underreported, underinvestigated, yet most disturbing pieces of the entire Epstein saga, because we need to bring attention to Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. I'm sure some of you have heard of it, but the most popular residencies of Epstein would be the Palm Beach mansion that he had, the Manhattan townhouse in New York, or even Little St. James, the private island. Now, all of these are creepy for their own reason. You guys know about the island. The Manhattan townhouse used to be a girls' school, like a young girls' school that he ended up buying, but the Zorro Ranch is a fourth major property owned by Jeffrey Epstein with some of the most controversy around it. But despite being repeatedly mentioned by survivors over the years, despite being all over the Epstein files, Zorro Ranch never received the same level of attention or investigative scrutiny as Epstein's other properties. And now we know why. It was an intentional effort coming from Donald Trump and his DOJ to cover up, first of all of the files. But they had their hand forced by Congress via a discharge petition. They had to release some of the files. And now the Attorney General of New Mexico, which is the state that this happened in, is coming out and saying that his entire investigation has been thwarted by the Department of Justice. Now, the reason why Zorro Ranch is so uniquely kind of scary and despicable is because the Epstein files are riddled with emails where people say that this was a breeding ground. Like Jeffrey Epstein had some sort of fetish where he tried to repopulate the earth and get as many young girls as pregnant as possible. There are reports that there are 2 buried bodies on Zorro Ranch. And on top of all of this, we did some research, and one of Trump's allies ended up buying the ranch before the investigation was able to begin, and the evidence may have been cleared out. I want to start here with this email that was found from Eddie Aragon, and it's to a New Mexico radio host. This all happened in New Mexico, the Zorro Ranch aspect. And in fact, in New Mexico, Jeffrey Epstein wasn't even technically considered a pedophile. He didn't have to register as a sex offender. And New Mexico treated this entire situation very peculiarly, which is why I'm happy that the New Mexico Attorney General is finally coming out and talking about why. So this email really quickly, I just want to read this to you. It says, Edward, this is sensitive, so it will be the first and last email depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it to trash, but this comes from a person that has been there and seen it all as a former staff at Zorro. So a former staffer at Zorro sent this to a radio host named Eddie. And the radio host named Eddie got this and immediately forwarded it to the FBI. And we didn't see it for a while until the files were released. It says, the material below was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my insurance in case of future litigation. No questions. What is damning about Jeffrey Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know that somewhere in the hills outside the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on the orders of Jeffrey and Madam G? Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex. Here is the video footage, and obviously I don't have access to it. I wouldn't want to, but he links 7 different videos, all of varying lengths. 13 minutes, 57 seconds, sex with a minor. 27 minutes, 3 seconds, a threesome video. 12 minutes, 54 seconds, another threesome video, then underage girl, then underage girl. He tried to say, for 1 Bitcoin, you can buy this, and he'll send it all to you. But the radio host ended up forwarding it to the FBI, and we never got more information until the New Mexico Attorney General comes out today and says, this entire investigation has been ruined. New Mexico's top law enforcement official, the top law enforcement official in New Mexico. This is not some radical leftist. This is somebody who is trying to find the truth, but has been stalled and stopped by the current DOJ. So New Mexico's top law enforcement official is fed up in claiming that the Justice Department, effectively acting at the behest of Donald Trump, is obstructing an investigation at Jeffrey Epstein's former ranch. You know, the ranch that we just learned about, the ranch with the weird secret hidden messages that Yumi explained earlier in the video, the exact same ranch where reportedly 2 dead bodies are buried. It says on Thursday, New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres sent a letter to acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche, who was Donald Trump's former defense attorney, and who has sought to prevent the further release of the Epstein files. Torres criticized the DOJ for failing to turn over records he requested that might shine light on the estate known as Zorro Ranch. New Mexico lawmakers and authorities opened investigations into Zorro Ranch and Epstein's other ties after a document released by the DOJ earlier this year outlined an allegation that the late convicted sex offender had the bodies of 2 women buried near the estate. The ranch reportedly was also where Epstein envisioned launching an effort to populate the planet with children bearing his genes, though there's no evidence thus far that he acted on the eugenicist plan. I mean, I'm sure there's some evidence that this administration is hiding, but...
Now, understand, with all of this time and all of this information known, there's a great chance that if there had been any bodies buried there, and with no investigation having been done there, and with this Zorro Ranch being purchased by a Trump donor allegedly, all of that could have been taken care of by now. Let's continue.
A lot of these documents haven't been investigated properly because the DOJ has been stifling it. Again, these aren't random reports swirling around online. This is the Attorney General of New Mexico saying that the investigation has been thwarted. In the letter, Torres wrote, "Without complete and prompt access to relevant unredacted records held by the DOJ, survivors of serious criminal conduct at Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico are being denied justice. The harm is a direct consequence of the U.S. DOJ's continued failure to comply with the New Mexico DOJ's outstanding records receipt." So they are failing to comply. They are covering this up and spiking the investigation. To add on to the story, as it says up here, the ranch has recently garnered controversy for Texas Republican Don Huffines, whose family purchased the ranch. Not long after the family purchased the ranch, Donald Trump issued an endorsement to the very same Don Huffines. Kind of peculiar, right? And by the way, the story is not getting nearly enough attention. And as it does, the DOJ is trying to squander it and stop it more and more. So if you want to help this get out, share this video. Make sure you drop a like below. It's free and it genuinely helps beat these right-wing liars, provocateurs, and dirtbags who are in power and trying to lie to us. The New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres continues, "Every day that the U.S. Department of Justice withholds these records, the foundation upon which a New Mexico prosecution could be built erodes. Witnesses relocate and become unreachable. Memories, already strained by years of trauma, fade further. Physical and documentary evidence degrades, is lost, or is rendered more difficult to authenticate with the passage of time." The New Mexico Attorney General is coming out with some strong words directly accusing the federal DOJ of blocking this investigation into what's happening. Here's a local report from New Mexico that begins to dig into it, but they don't have all the info because the investigation is being thwarted. You should watch this.
It's related to Jeffrey Epstein, providing more information on the convicted sex offender's crimes. Among the files, claims bodies are buried near Epstein's Zorro Ranch in Santa Fe County. Tonight, the state land commissioner demanding an investigation.
I'm going to keep asking questions and keep poking around until I get an answer.
Those coming from an anonymous email in 2019 addressed to a local radio host.
Malia Chavez spoke with him and has the details of that email.
Yeah, Doug, Shelley, we're also hearing tonight from the Attorney General's office, who says it takes these allegations seriously, but needs more information to do something about it.
Eddie Aragon says it was early in the morning in November 2019 when he got this email from someone claiming they were a former staffer at Zorro Ranch. Writing, "Did you know somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G?"
Lord have mercy. Earlier in the video, I think I misspoke and I said the email was sent by Edward, but no, the email was received by radio host Edward Aragon.
On orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. On orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. Madam G, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, and Madam G, Ghislaine Maxwell, who your interim attorney general got to be put in a cushy prison and got the rules of the cushy prison that she is in to be extended beyond what they should be extended to for everyone else in that cushy prison. This is who is going to be before Congress for his confirmation hearing to become the permanent Attorney General for the United States of America. Make this make sense. So we're just saying we're just going to ignore corruption 100% in America, because that's the nature of when you have a certain demographic of people in charge in government, because we know their nature. We know that's their culture. Corruption.
And he immediately forwarded it to the FBI, as he normal person would. Here is Dina Dahl breaking it down further. Brilliant breakdown.
The Department of Justice is impeding an active criminal investigation into Epstein's Zorro Ranch. This is according to New Mexico's own attorney general, who is leading that criminal investigation. He just publicly released a letter he sent to Department of Justice and Todd Blanche, saying that this was in fact the 5th letter he sent requesting unredacted material he needs for his criminal investigation. As you remember, they did a search of that location a few months ago. He said he's been asking for this unredacted material and not received it
5 different letters
over the course of the past 130 days.
130 days. He sent 5 separate letters and gotten nothing. Now, here's where it gets even more interesting. So, first of all, New Mexico has already treated the Jeffrey Epstein case in a very bizarre manner. This thread says, why many people believe the Santa Fe story was covered up. This is the New Mexico story. Several factors contribute. Number 1, New Mexico's attorney general never filed charges, even though the victims described assaults there. Number 2, Epstein was never required to register as a sex offender in New Mexico, even after his Florida conviction, due to a loophole. Number 3, state officials appeared to bend rules, land leases, construction permits, and more. Number 4, Epstein's operations in New Mexico were a bit quieter, more isolated, and harder to investigate. Multiple investigative journalists argue that New Mexico was the safest location for Epstein to commit crimes because of the legal, geographic, and political conditions there to protect him. So this is the one ranch that has barely been investigated over the past 7 years. In 2019, when Jeffrey Epstein was caught for the second time, remember, he was caught at first back in 2007, 2008, even though everybody knew about it, and then he was let go due to some plea deal. And then Donald Trump appointed the person who made the plea deal to his administration in 2019, and then he had to leave. Just a huge, huge mess, an orgy of corruption, an orgy of people being close to these sex traffickers, just absolutely despicable. But then, when the Manhattan estate, when Palm Beach, and when the island were all being investigated, Zorro Ranch was kind of untouched for years and years and years. And then in 2023, a close friend to Donald Trump, Don Huffines, his family ends up buying this ranch. It was very controversial. And then we don't actually get an investigation into the ranch until 2026, until earlier this year. Finally, investigators decided to use drones.
Now, let's look at the projection of the businesses and the employment of the son of the man who purchased Zorro Ranch. We see down here, owner of Boom Bazaar Fireworks, self-employed, January 2000 to the present. 6 years, 7 months. Dallas Fort Worth. Customer relationship management. And +4 skills. And then you go up, and then in 2025, he becomes Associate Director of Agency Outreach, whatever that is. From June 2025 to May 2026 for 1 year. Then, in May of 2026, he mysteriously becomes the Deputy Director of Cabinet Affairs. In May of 2026, he's been in that job for 3 months. Washington, the White House, full-time, 1 year and 2 months. Deputy Director of Cabinet Affairs in May of 2026. You notice that? Do you notice that? Huh? Isn't that great? Isn't that how it works for everyone?
phones, dogs, other forensic tools to search the property. But this was 7 years after Jeffrey Epstein died and 3 years after a Trump ally bought this. So Donald Trump ended up endorsing Don Huffines, whose family owns Jeffrey Epstein's former New Mexico ranch. But the very peculiar part of this all is Don Huffines' son, who reportedly bought, manages, and is the one that keeps track and keeps care of this ranch, has a very weird career trajectory. I'm not even joking. I want you to look at this. This is the son of Don Huffines. This is his resume on LinkedIn that we dug up. So the man who owns the Zorro Ranch that Jeffrey Epstein used to own is a son of one of Trump's close allies. The son's career path has looked like this. He was the owner of Boom Bazaar Fireworks in Dallas, Fort Worth. He was self-employed because he ran a fireworks store. He still seems to run this fireworks store, as it says, January 2020 to present, 6 years, 7 months. But his career path then takes a sharp upward turn as he becomes the Deputy Director of Cabinet Affairs and the Associate Director of Agency Outreach at the White House. How the absolute hell do you go from a random owner of a fireworks store in Texas to then being the Deputy Director of Cabinet Affairs in Washington, D.C. for the White House? I can think of a few ways this happened. I can think of a few ways. Like, if you put together the timeline, you can think of a few ways that this ranch, which wasn't investigated for 7 years and was bought by a Trump ally before being investigated, how this could benefit Donald Trump with some quid pro quo. According to multiple women who accused Jeffrey Epstein of abusing them, Zorro Ranch was not just a random fourth home for Epstein. There was an insane amount of sexual abuse that occurred there among multiple people, and we don't actually have an investigation into it. The property appears repeatedly throughout the files, throughout witness accounts, throughout the court records. For years and years and years, this ranch has been brought up in investigations. Survivors have even produced drawings perfectly depicting like rooms. So you can't just say that this is being made up. Survivors were there at the ranch, and it wasn't fully investigated until 3 years after a Trump ally takes over the ranch, and then that Trump ally gets an insane career boost. I struggle to believe that the guy who bought Zorro Ranch also just happens to have worked his way up from Boom Bazaar Fireworks to the White House. Listen, extraordinary things do happen.
There you go. And there you have it. You see how things work? Do you see how things work in America? There you have it. Let me see what else did I want to share with you. Let me see. We talked about those things. We talked about Barron Trump. Now, did you know that your president is trying to, you know, that Elon Musk is trying to set up some type of banking systems now that he got the what is the oh my God, what is the name of that? Now that he got the government agency, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Now that he got rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, dismantled, Elon Musk is trying to set up some type of banking or a payment method to get access to you doing direct payments and banking with him. Now, did you know that Donald Trump has petitioned to get a type of banking privileges, and he's waiting for, and you know, if he has to only have to go through the Department of Treasury, you know that is coming for some Bitcoin business. You know, they put the Bitcoin business in the hands of Barron Trump. That is going to be Barron Trump legacy of theft from the American Treasury. So this is going to be his Barron Trump's responsibility. Now, you know that they said that President Trump made over $1.2 billion in I think it was in I don't think it was in Bitcoin in particular. I think it was in what was it? I think it was in brokering for coins. I think it was actually the fees and stuff that he was getting from World Liberty Finance, because he was brokering. Or he actually was getting millions of and billions of dollars traded to him through coins. So let's talk about Bitcoin in particular, because
The company's promotional materials reviewed by the
Eric Trump was promoting Bitcoin in particular. Now, they're talking about setting up a banking system on the genius of the Trumps telling you what would be good to put your money into. So let's see how that worked out for the Trumps with Bitcoin. You know, this was their first grift. This was the first grift that the Trumps were introduced to us with. It was, Bitcoin is going to be the new big thing. That's what prompted them to even create the World Liberty Financial, where they're going to get paid no matter who gets paid, because they are getting commissions on the trade. Let's
New York Times called Barron Trump a crypto visionary.
The crypto.
That's
what I was
big
trying to-
news. Donald Trump's sons have lost billions.
The crypto.
Of dollars, and Donald Trump could very well be implicated in this. It's Barron Trump and Eric Trump. Going to bring you through all of it. Now, remember that Donald Trump has said himself that his sons are trading on inside information. Here's what he told CNBC just a couple weeks ago.
I feel badly in a way for my kids, because every time my kids do, if they invest in a stock or if they go and do a bill, anything they do, because the presidency is so powerful, so big, everything, if they buy a cupcake company, well, the energy to make the cupcakes is, sort of like, how's my energy policy? So therefore you have a conflict. Almost anything.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, that's not the point of the video, but it's just crazy to me that he is just not able to talk in complete sentences here. I mean, his brain is really getting fried.
They do, if they want to buy a truck, if they want to buy, if they buy an energy efficient truck, they have inside information.
I believe them. That's why when Eric Trump said this, it was quite interesting.
Bitcoin is going to go to $1 million. I believe Bitcoin is going to go to more than $1 million. I've said that over and over and over, and I've never had more conviction than right now. So we're in the heyday of this industry. I believe Bitcoin.
Now, Donald Trump himself has said that he doesn't really understand crypto, and that he is, though he is the crypto president, he doesn't fully get it. And that's why it's really interesting to me that his son, Barron, has been...
Okay. Let me tell the idiot in my chat something. I understand everything that I'm talking about. I understand that I understand a whole lot of things. I understand that you don't understand what I'm talking about. I understand that you're in my chat. If you want to talk about what you understand, I understand that if you are over in my chat talking, you can push your live button and go over and talk about what you understand. I understand that you are a fan. That's what I understand. I understand that you want to talk about what I'm talking about, the myriad of things that I'm talking about, but I give zero fucks about what you think about what I know. Because what I know, I'm backing up what I know. Who gives a fuck about what you think about me saying, you're a fan, what are you here for, but you're still here. The fuck out of here, stupid bitch.
Put in charge of what we're calling the meme coin. Mr. Witkoff, who works for President Trump and mispronounces meme coin, he apparently calls it meme coin, said that Barron Trump should be in charge of the meme coin. He was at the time an 18-year-old freshman in college, and giving him business experience and steering away from more scam-ridden segments of the crypto industry. They said the company's promotional materials reviewed by the New York Times called Barron Trump a crypto visionary. And he said this, that its business model remains murky. One person involved in the business who spoke on the condition and anonymity to discuss the private planning and the platform would facilitate borrowing and lending in cryptocurrencies. The promotional materials say that the company isn't owned or managed by Mr. Trump, the Trump organization, or Trump family members, though they may receive compensation. I don't believe that for a bit. Do you? Now, very interestingly, the Trumps have created what they're creating what they hope to become a bank. The Trump's family crypto firm is expected to get federal banking privileges. Here's a bit on this here. It says President Trump's family crypto business is expected to soon be allowed to operate like a bank. This is just last month. A decision would give U.S. companies a new route to steer money to the president. World Liberty Financial, the stablecoin and trading platform co-founded by Trump and his three sons, applied for a National Trust Bank charter with the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, or OCC, on January 5th. The Trump-appointed head of the OCC, Jonathan Gould, is due to announce his decision soon, and industry experts and congressional aides expect it to go in the Trump family's favor. Two former staffers at the banking regulator, speaking on the condition of anonymity for fear of professional reprisals, said it is all but certain that the OCC will approve the charter for Trump's firm, with no one saying it was inconceivable that the application would be denied. Now, for the first time in history, a president is leaning on a bank regulator to give his private enterprise the implicit backing of the federal government. So think about like how your bank is FDIC insured, meaning that you will always have the government to fall back on if your bank were to go bankrupt. That is what Trump is asking for his crypto business to have. Now, as one person wrote here, it's outrageous. It is outrageous. I think it's crazy we haven't heard about it. Spokespeople for the White House and the OCC did not return requests for comment. In a statement, David Waxman, a spokesperson for World Liberty Financial, said that despite the company's ownership, none of its leadership or employees work for the U.S. government, and there is no conflicts of interest.
So, these robber barons want to secure all of the billions of dollars that they don't want to disclose of whom they're getting all of this money from. And if they get the need to pretend, and if they want to pretend as if they've lost all their money, and woe is them. They want their money to be secured with your tax dollars. If they want to go hide their billions of dollars that they get, that they don't tell you where it's coming from. If they get $5 billion, and they want to report it as $5 million and hide it offshore, and then write up the books and say that they actually got 5 billion instead of 5 million. They wanted secured with your tax dollars. These people who don't want to tell you what foreign country they're getting their money from, but all of a sudden they want the security and protection of the FDIC. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? And they very may well get it. That's the scary part.
It's just so interesting to me that there's never a conflict of interest when it's so obvious from the outside that what they're doing is highly, highly, highly conflicted. Now, I'm bringing this all up to say that Trump's sons, who are obviously very deep in crypto, it's one of the ways in which Donald Trump has made a fortune. He used to actually be poor. He's not anymore because of his grifting and his selling of his access to himself and the Oval Office. Well, the sons have wiped around $600 million from the family fortune over a disastrous bet. Now, remember, this is what Eric Trump was saying just a few months ago.
The floodgates are opening, right? For the first time, Schwab is custodying, Bitcoin. Fidelity is custodying Bitcoin. I'll never forget. I signed into a Fidelity account not too long ago. The first thing that pops up is this little icon. Would you like to create a Fidelity digital asset wallet? And I said yes. I literally clicked yes on it, and all of a sudden you could buy Bitcoin on there. You look at what Chase is doing. You look at what all the major banks are doing, right? I mean, all of a sudden you're no longer trying to do, Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin using a ledger and using.
These are the great financial minds of the time. These people who get insider information and are going on financial or news channel, acting as if they are some serious financial advisors, and they are just grifting the system with insider information, and their daddies inside making deals with governments, rare earth deals with governments to put their companies on to make billions of dollars. The fucking audacity of it all. And assuring of financial government regulators to protect their losses. The audacity of it all. But a dumb bitch want to come in my chat and tell me what I don't know. But now they have no comment about what I do know. But now they have nothing to say about what I know to present them, about what I know that is not being presented to them by their for-profit media. That's what I know. I know that you are not getting presented this information by your for-profit media. I know that. But now motherfuckers who want to say that I'm saying too much have nothing to say about what I am telling you, about what you had no idea of, because you're dumb. A bunch of dumb motherfuckers, because you're so insecure that you cannot take information from someone who sounds like they're a black person. But you'll rather sit around and try to think that you are degrading someone when all of you are proving to be is a dumb, stupid motherfucker who cannot comment on the topics at hand because you don't have any information to counter what is being presented to you. I give a fuck. I give zero fucks about what you think of me. Can you converse about the presentation of the information that I'm giving you? No, you can't.
DeFi, you can literally buy it through spot ETFs for the first time, and every bank is custodying it. I mean, we are on the 1 yard line of cryptocurrency, and we've got another whole field to run, as explosive as it's been. I do think it hits $1 million eventually. I've never been more bullish on anything in my life. And
so he bet big on crypto. He bet very big on crypto. Well, that was to their detriment because American Bitcoin Corporation is very much so down. One of Donald Trump's sons got ahead of reports that he lost to First Family more than $600 million by posting a glowing online tribute to his father, saying here, "I'm deeply honored that at 5:01, Trump Force One will be the first plane to land at the newly renamed Palm Beach Airport now and forever President Donald Trump International Airport," he wrote. And then he goes on to say here that Eric Trump spearheaded the efforts to rename the airport in his father's honor. He's also, according to Bloomberg, published less than 2 hours after his post, played a big role in wiping hundreds of millions of dollars of his family's fortune in a disastrous bet with the crypto industry. So this is him trying to save face over what you're seeing here. Goes on to say that the American Bitcoin venture, which the younger Trump helped launch and now steers as chief strategy officer, has cratered since going public last year, shedding over 95% of its September high. Things got so bad that the company had to pull an emergency maneuver, bundling over 15 shares into one just to stay listed on the NASDAQ stock index. The price hit a record low on Wednesday. Bloomberg calculates the clash has wiped out more than $600 million of Eric Trump's stake in the space of 10 months. His brother, Donald Trump Jr., also advises the firm. Their father raked in over $1.4 billion in crypto just last year. Eric's move had been to bet big on Bitcoin itself as the coin's price sank and investors piled onto artificial intelligence last year. Rival miners like Riot Platforms and Mara Holdings rented out their computing power to AI companies and their stock soared. So he really should have made a bet on the thing that powers Bitcoin, because that's the same thing that powers AI. Instead, he made a big bet on Bitcoin and it's bitten him in the ass. And Donald Trump said this just the other day around all of this.
Your financial disclosure shows you had a very lucrative year last year. What message does this send to average Americans, especially
Well, I don't get involved in my personal. We have funds that run my money.
But you are.
Look at Beavis and Butthead Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's personal banker's daughter, who is married to the little midget always sniffing, always putting his hands in his pocket and rubbing his gums, little short trumpet with the big belly. Jeffrey Epstein's personal banker, he's married too. But they want to laugh about Hunter Biden. This link is in is it in my description box? What would this be in my description box under? I haven't put it in my description box. Let me make sure I put this in my description box. What will I add this in my description box under? What should I add this under? Crypto failures. Crypto failures. How about that? Yeah, that's what I'll do. And you can find that link there. I think that's all that I have for you guys today. Let me see if there's any breaking news. The latest breaking news, it appears that the Nolan Wells case has been closed by the police department. I'm curious to hear the announcement of how they've closed this case. So let's go find this information of how this case has been closed. Trump's begged the world for 20%. 20% of what? Let's see.
Okay, so we've got to talk about the Middle East as Trump is freaking out yet again, and this time we're talking blockades and tolls. This is the headline then. Trump proposes 20% toll on cargo through Strait of Hormuz.
So let's be real clear. Trump has said, "Oh well, maybe we in Iran we can charge a toll and we can split it." And then when he found out how stupid that sound, then he said, "Well, they have to let everybody through the Strait of Hormuz, and they can't charge a toll. They can't charge anything." And no, we're not gonna let them charge a toll. Now, what? Now, he is proposing a toll, and he thinks that America is due a toll in the Strait of Hormuz. Why? When America is the cause of the Strait of Hormuz being closed because they decided to do a illegal war and strike Iran, that is the cause of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, and we had absolutely zero reason to strike the Iran that caused the strait to be closed. Are you kidding me? Your president has lost his fucking mind. And we know that there are no intelligent people in his ear, in his administration, to get us out of this situation that we are in. All the munitions in our military are dwindling down to absolutely nothing. So are we going to depend upon all of these drone factories that we are heavily invested in, all of the drone factories that the Trump boys are financially invested in, that our military has given all of these contracts? Is this what we're doing? Are we giving up on our conventional weapons that we are depleting in a war of choice, which has no clear end, no clear objective? Is this what we're doing? Because the actual artillery that we are using in this war take years to build to a stockpile that we have diminished. So are we going up on a hope and a prayer that now that we see what Zelensky is doing over in Russia, has Russia on the ropes? So now we have some newfound hope that we can win a war that is that has no fucking win game. No fucking semblance of what would define a victory in this war. Are we pretending like there is something winnable in a war, that we're gonna get 20% out of cargo ships that are going through the Strait of Hormuz? Now America is becoming fucking pirates because of some fucking shit that we caused by striking a nation that caused us no harm. Or what the fuck are we doing here? And how is that going to improve the life of American citizens who are suffering? How is that going to improve how you are living your life here in the United States of America?
Iran blockade. Wow. 20% toll. That's the discussion today. And my first reaction to this is, you do that. I mean, why not 25, 30, 40? I mean, why not 100% toll? It feels like you're just pulling numbers out your butt and your plans are going out your butt. I don't even know what to say.
No,
other than we got to look at the tweet here. This is from Trump. He says the Hormuz Strait is open. Okay, and will remain open with or without Iran. I'm sure Iran's going to have to say something about that, right? We are reinstating the Iranian blockade. He writes that in all caps. so named because it is the only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving. Okay, so
What
he
is
says the
he
strait is
saying?
open, but then we're doing a blockade. All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. That is actually a quote from Trump here. So I mean, first reaction, I guess he's crossing over from South Park, trying to do a crossover with the Marvel.
But as such, as a matter of fairness, will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety and security to this very volatile section of the world. The process and the formation will begin immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So we closed the strait. We penned a memorandum of understanding that we never adhere to because Netanyahu continued to stay in Syria and continued to strike Syria, which was against the memorandum of understanding. And then we decided to start sending ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and which was against the memorandum of understanding. And when Iran did what they should have done, struck the ships that were going through the strait, after we continued to go against everything that was in the memorandum of understanding. Now we're going to pretend like Iran did something, and now we're going to pretend like, oh, we're doing you a favor. We're reopening the Strait of Hormuz against the Iranians' will, but we're going to have to charge you a 20% charge because we're letting you get through the Strait of Hormuz. Bitch, you're the reason that the Strait of Hormuz were closed. We these ships that are passing should be charging you. The fuck is going on here? This is fucking insanity. How are you going to be the reason that the straits are closed and have the audacity to say we're going to do you a favor and we're going to charge you to get you through something that we are the reason that it is closed? Are you fucking kidding me? Does the United States sounds like the United States is in a fucking they're not swirling the drain, they're swirling around a toilet bowl. They sound like dumb shit. They sound like liquid diarrhea swirling around a toilet that is flushing their importance in away. With these idiots in control, changing everything, these lies. See, they think that the whole world buys it. Can you imagine how China is looking at the United States right now? Can you imagine how unsafe America is right now? With all of our weapons, with all of our soldiers on the other side of the world? Can you imagine how vulnerable America is right now with all the unqualified people at the head of our spying departments, over our homeland security, over our what is Bill Pulte over the DOI, over the FBI? Can you imagine how vulnerable the United States of America is, and a fool in the White House and a dummy in the Pentagon? Can you imagine? Oh my God. This shit is disgusting.
Timeline is that we're doing. So we're the guardians of the Hormuz Strait. But as such, as a matter of fairness, will be reimbursed at a rate of 20% on our cargo shipped. It's so dumb. Okay. For any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety, security to this very volatile section of the world. The process information will begin immediately. Thank you for attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I don't even know what to say. It's just so stupid. You know,
in a matter of fairness, you're gonna have to pay us because we're getting you through the Strait of Hormuz. This man, this shit is just embarrassing. This shit is embarrassing. I'm not gonna say some shit out loud. It's some things.
It's the same thing with this. It's like every day, can it get worse? Can it get more dumb? And they always come up with something else. So again, we're going from South Park to Marvel to 20%. And also this indicates to me, like, are we totally broke here? Because he's like saying, you know, it costs a lot of money, and it does. And that's actually true to keep the Navy and the military operating all the bases there. And you know, you got the ships in the water, and then I'm talking about the bases. There's damage to the bases they got to fix and stuff like that, right? It's just logistically, it's expensive. It's expensive to run, you know, wars. We're already deficit spending, and the military has been asking for billions more, right? And so then, from Trump's point of view, well, I mean, maybe I should just take a little bit off the top. Give me 20%. You know, I'm pretty sure the rest of the world's not going to like that. I mean, you've already pissed off everyone with our tariff war, so you're really going to come out, and I mean, I guess that we did. This is just a few minutes ago.
He sounds like a motherfucker, a grifter, standing outside of a casino, trying to grift money off of you. This motherfucker sounds like somebody who's trying to run game on you outside of a fine establishment that needs to be hauled off by the police for muddling up the place, from being outside of the place begging for spare change. This is what he sounds like. And this is what he has America looking like. As our strategic reserve of oil are on empty. This is what this motherfucker is walking around talking about. Vanity projects and nothing about you and how you are going to be able to manage your life. But the rubber's about to meet the road. All of this posturing and all of this bullshit and lies. We're getting to the point where the rubber is about to meet the road. I hope you go to my regular page. If you're watching on the phone, you need to go to my regular page and make sure you get you a solar power generator. Make sure you get something that you are going to be able to preserve you some drinking water, because the average one person needs 8 gallons of drinking water per day, for drinking and hygiene and things like that, because shit is about to get nasty out here. These millionaires and billionaires, they are taken care of. That's why the news media is not warning you, because they don't want you to do a run on the banks. They don't want you to do a run on the grocery stores, on anything. And so you better do you a quick little walk to the grocery stores and to any utility stores and get the things that you are going to need to sustain yourself before there is the run on these stores. I'm not playing. I am not playing with you. Do you think that these rich people are not already prepared? Do you think that these rich people don't already know? Why do you think that they're entertaining you with ignorance all day long? They're not concentrating on ignorance. They have a plan to protect themselves. Do you? Do you? That's all I want to know.
You go and say, hey, everyone, you know, I'm going to be your guardian of the strait. Therefore, give me 20%. I mean, we're like full-blown mafia bosses. Here's what we're trying to do. And it was interesting. This is Bloomberg here. He was thinking, Trump says Washington is reinstating a naval blockade against Iran, but says the U.S. will demand 20% fee on all cargo ships guaranteed the strait. So the first reading that equals to $15 a barrel. Well, that's assuming the price now, but just make it $100, right? A barrel. What if it then becomes 120, et cetera, right? So, I mean, because the price of oil is going to go up. Right? That's calculating on like now.
But we had a deal. What nobody knows, we had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these.
So we had a deal, but nobody knows. So, okay. He wants you to believe that they had a deal, but they had a deal that no one knew about. So what is the likelihood of them having a deal that nobody knew about? Or what is the likelihood that this motherfucker is lying? Which one is more likely? That they had a deal and nobody knew about it? It was a private deal in the middle of a war, a private deal that they made and nobody knew about it, and they broke the deal, and therefore they're horrible people, and therefore they're going to suffer and they're going to pay, and our military is depleted of money. Our nation is depleted of money, and we're trying to beg, borrow, and steal money from other nations. Which one is more likely? Which one sounds more likely? I am making America a failed state. Which one sounds more likely to you?
It's variable.
Like now.
But we had a deal. What nobody knows, we had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these people. And so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're going to keep the strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait. And we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be.
So that's Trump's point of view. We should be reimbursed from the guardian angel. Okay. And he's just flipping out today. Graham died recently, right? And this is one of Trump's closest people. I think he's running out of people to talk to. I noticed, because he called into Fox, I felt like Trump was physically sick. I mean, I know he's sick all sorts of ways, but physically sick. It just felt like he had a cold to me. That's just how I heard that when he was talking. And then regarding Lindsey Graham, he's going to have a sister, I guess, or recommending the sister take his spot. I recommend to Governor Henry McMaster, Lindsey Graham's wonderful sister, Darlene, to serve as interim senator from the great state of South Carolina. This would be a fabulous tribute to Lindsey, who loved her dearly, President Donald J. Trump.
Who gives a fuck what
Okay,
you feel?
I don't know if there's any precedence for this kind of thing. If a senator or someone in office passed away, and then you just say, hey, the sister should take her brother, whatever, sibling. And then we're going from the Marvel timeline to like Game of Thrones kind of stuff. That was my first reaction on that. Now, regarding his Graham and his sister, and it actually, I didn't know the story. I just read it here. So I guess their parents died. And if you guys don't know, I lost my family in the Vietnam War. So I do, I think it's important to, just people are human and understand. I didn't know about this about Lindsey. It says it was 1976 when Lindsey Graham and his sister lost their mother to cancer. And then just 15 months later, their father died of a heart attack. So Graham was 22, his sister was 13. And then I guess Lindsey took care of his sister. So it's like they have a really close relationship. So I just want to make that clear. I don't ever want to demean his sister or anything of that nature. It's just, when I heard that it's like, okay, we're going to have a sister be the senator or whatever now, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of strange. There's a lot of things that are strange in this world.
Mr. President, Lindsey Graham was definitely on your side when it comes to Iran and the threat, them not having a nuclear weapon. It looks like they're back at their business trying to take over the strait. What's your response?
Well, we're taking over the strait. They have nothing. They've got nothing. So something that nobody knows, yesterday they had an 11-hour meeting. Everything's 11 hours with these guys. You can't settle a one sentence in 1 hour and 1 minute. It should be 1 minute. And everything was agreed to yesterday. And they leave the room and they call back and they say, we had to make a couple of changes. I said, changes? They got to make changes? We're not going to make changes. always changes. They just, they're professional negotiators. That's all they are. I don't even call them good at it. They haven't gotten anything. They got nothing from me. But if you look, for 47 years, they've been tapping people along, presidents.
All right, you get the idea. But when you hear this stuff, so one, I feel like he just sounded not well. So Lindsay just died. And this is in Trump's circle. Then he's going on and on. It feels like Trump doesn't have much patience, which I understand from Trump's point of view, right? He's getting up there in years. He just saw one of his friends die, right? So Trump was like, can we hurry this along? I need to get my golden trophy and go back to picking up my wallpaper. And we talked about before where there was the people who wrote the book, and they had the interview on C-SPAN where Trump's mostly concerned about wallpaper and the floor tiles and these kind of things, right? So he actually doesn't care about regular people at all. It should be obvious to anyone. And then, when doing a high-level negotiation and technical talks and stuff like that, which is very complicated if you're going to do some sort of deal with Iran, Trump refers to Iran as professional negotiators. So what does that make the Trump people? Real estate guy, right? And his son-in-law, I guess that's who Americans send. And then Trump complains about things take a long time on each sentence, which, yes, they do. You want to check the language on stuff to make sure, everything's done well. The Trumpy point of view, it's like they want to do more the used car salesman kind of thing, to like, oh, trust me, I swear the air conditioning works in the car. I swear the tires are good. Let's just shake hands. Who needs contracts? That's the Trumpy point of view, basically. And then he thinks that he can just randomly tweet out crazy crap. Oh, 20%. Okay, great. We'll do that. Then you have this. McConnell says he's hospitalized due to the fall, contracted pneumonia. I talked about this before in the last video. I'm mentioning this one because the Republicans are short of people, basically, right? And I think Trump's spiral is going to get worse. That's why you get these really whacked out tweets and such. And then he's also under pressure because I think other countries are kind of trying to move on and make other plans. So, for example, this just came out today. It's in the Financial Times. Dubai plans new port to bypass Strait of Hormuz. Interesting, right? So let's not screw with Trump's toll or whatever crap the Americans want to do. Let's just get our own port here. So they were saying here, you can see it on the map. I mean, why not? They can do whatever they want. Jebel Ali, so there's a port there, and then proposed port would be just basically on the east side. And then I guess you just have to build new pipelines, et cetera. And I've been seeing that occur. And this is actually a really big story. Talking about Las Vegas, I just want to mention again, the Trump, from their point of view, let's keep the military engaged. Let's deplete all our munitions. And oh, by the way, my kids have companies that will build a bunch of drones for the future, et cetera, right? Trust me, bro, there. That's literally what they're doing. They're trying to profit off this stuff. It should be obvious to anyone. You got to constantly point these things out. And then you have Trump, again, you can hear it in his own words.
Deal. What nobody knows, we had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these people. And so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're going to keep the strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait.
This man is trash. This man is straight up trash. Let me share something else with you. And meanwhile, in the United States, the people who have kept this man in office, how is your life shaping up? Let's look at how the people who put this convicted felon in office, let's see how their lives are going. CNBC revealed America's 10 worst states to live in for 2026, ranking states based on quality of life factors such as healthcare, crime, worker protection, civil rights, air quality, and more. CNBC has ranked Tennessee as the worst state to live in for 2026, followed by Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Alabama. Now, what do all of those states have in common? A lot of dumb people, in my opinion. A lot of dumb voters, in my opinion. The ranking is part of CNBC's annual America Top States for the business study, which evaluates quality of life using factors such as healthcare access, crime, worker protections and civil rights, air quality, and child care. Texas received a F grade for scoring just 78 out of 280 possible points. The state was criticized for having the nation's highest uninsured rate, uh, uh, limited access to doctors, and restrictive social policies. Tennessee ranked last due in part to the high violent crime and drug-related death rates. Maga, what you got to say about that? Maga, anything? Anything, Maga? Let's number one, the worst states in the United States. 1, Tennessee. 2, Texas. 3, Arkansas. 4, Oklahoma. 5, Alabama. 6, Missouri. 7, Utah. Not where them good old Mormons live. Not Utah. Yes, Utah. 8, Georgia. 9, Louisiana. 10, Indiana. You mean to tell me Indiana beat out Mississippi? You mean to tell me Louisiana beat out Mississippi? Yeah, yes, they did. This is in my description box. It'll be under Rate Your State. Yeah, make sure I was sharing that with you. Yes, I was sharing that with you. This will be in my description box under Rate Your State. There is no misunderstanding what is there, because everything is obvious. Everything is quite obvious. People who are continue to vote against their own interests, continue to vote to stay poor and dumb and stupid. And that's what they do. Stay dumb and stupid. So exactly. Let me see. There is something else that I wanted to share with you. What was it? Let me make sure there's no breaking news first of all. Let me see. We found out that Trump went to the hospital once again for another annual clinic, annual health check. That would be about the 5th of the 6th this year. Annual means once a year. Your president had another cognitive exam. And after this announcement that he made about the Strait of Hormuz, it is obvious that he failed that cognitive exam. Zelensky has arrived in Paris. Freedom Fuel. Trump pushes mystery gas network as prices spike. That's some bullshit. Let me see what else. Is there anything else? Let me see. Before I guess there's nothing. Let me check one of my favorite channels. Hold on. Let me check one of my favorite channels. Here we go. One second. I apologize. So we heard about the strikes that happened. The president talking about taking over the Strait of Hormuz and all of this. Let's see here. Why we are hearing about this? You notice that nothing. It's always reported that all the strikes that Iran make, they're always intercepted by the interceptors and all of this type of stuff. You notice that Iran, they never tell you that Iran has any success in any of the strikes that they've done. So there's that. You got to pay attention to that. You notice that they told you that the Iranian military was depleted, and but you notice they didn't show you those fucking fancy ass jets that escorted the Kanemi's body in the sky. I didn't know they. I thought that they had circa. I thought that they were using circa Vietnam era aircraft. I didn't know Iran had this type of military force. Let me share with you some of the reports that we are hearing. Why? Who are you talking to? And what are you talking about? And what about your blackness would make you automatically a Democrat? What are you talking about? It makes sense. Oh, maybe you can't. Maybe you're dumb. Maybe you can't make sense. Let's get into something that makes sense. Hit the like button since you're here.
To satellite communication terminal US. This will be the broad focus of the controversy over the detention of American lawmaker Ro Khanna by Israeli terrorists.
Oh, how can I forget this? Ro Khanna, a sitting senator from California, went to the West Bank. You know, the West Bank where you hear that settlers are taking over Palestinian homes and whole whole swath of lands in Palestine, what they are actually doing, they're taking over their homes and everything in their homes. When these people leave their homes, or they'll go in their homes and throw them out of their actual homes. Can you imagine you on your way to work and you come back and somebody has taken over your home? This is what's going on in the West Bank, and this has gone on more and more. And this has become commonplace in the West Bank. So Ro Khanna decided he's from a wealthy area, Palo Alto, California. He represents very, very wealthy area in California. So he decided to go and visit the actual West Bank. And he ran upon these what they call them settlers, but what they are, they're terrorists. They are people who go in and rob the Palestinians' homes. They're not settlers. They're not people who come upon land and build the land and make their own land and build their own homes and build a sewage treatment a system for their home. No, they commandeer Palestinian land and property, but they call them settlers. That I never knew that to be a settler. So Ro Khanna runs into what they want you to believe are settlers, and they are waving American-made guns in his face, and they are laughing. These are young, ignorant Israelis who have not been reprimanded for their behavior in the West Bank from doing this to the Palestinians. And there have been Americans in the West Bank who have lost their lives, and there has been nothing done about it. And your government has not called for anything to be done about Americans who have lost their lives to what they want you to believe are settlers in the West Bank. So Ro Khanna went over there, and he was shocked and appalled to find out what he had heard about was true. They showed him no respect, and he was taken aback. He got his what do Paul Mooney who can better say it than Paul Mooney? Let me Paul Mooney says it best. Here we go. Let me tell you who says it best. See, Ro Khanna went over there, and hey, I'm from a rich neighborhood. I'm unaccustomed to a lot of things, but he went over there to the West Bank. Let's see what happened to Ro Khanna.
Wake up, nigga. A nigga wake up calls a bitch.
Ro Khanna.
Wake up, nigga.
Ro Khanna went over there to the West Bank, and he got his nigga wake up call.
Wake up, nigga. A nigga wake up calls a bitch.
Yeah, that's what happened to Ro Khanna.
We have unfortunate breaking news to get to out of Maine, as ICE has gunned down another man, 2 killed within the last 6.
We'll go back to that. I'll leave that wake up call. Yes, ICE killed someone in Maine. I don't know any of the details. I saw that when I was looking for the breaking news. I may bring that to you tomorrow because I want to get back to the Rokana story. And let me share my screen where I initially was. Here we go.
Inside the occupied Palestinian territories using the destruction of many American military targets. Notorious American genocidal maniac Lindsey Graham, who wanted Gaza to be nuked and flattened, has died. The controversy over the detention of American lawmaker Ro Khanna by Israeli terrorists inside the occupied Palestinian territories using American guns continues to dominate the discourse in the US. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, English business magnate Dale Vince walks out of a podcast hosted by Zionist presenter for the Telegraph newspaper in protest against the host's audacity to deny the Gaza genocide. So please stay tuned. Iran has finally responded to the weeks of ceasefire violation by the US military and Israeli terrorists as the IRGC pounded key American military facilities across the Gulf region with missiles and suicide drones. And going by the success of the Iranian retaliatory strikes, it's clear that the IRGC is serious about its intention now. First, Iran completely closed the Strait of Hormuz last night. One commercial ship tried to ignore the Iranian order and was hit with a missile. Then Iran began to pound key American facilities in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Jordan, the UAE, and even Oman. First, watch this Sky News broadcast to understand what really happened.
What we're looking at is the most serious escalation yet since this memorandum of understanding was signed last month between the US and Iran, with much fanfare by Donald Trump. But we have seen regular flare-ups, not least in the last week, where the US has attacked Iran now for a third time overnight. And what triggered this overnight was the Iranian Revolutionary Guard attacked a Cypriot-flagged vessel off the coast of Oman, causing significant damage to its engine room. The crew abandoned vessel, and is now a member of the crew missing. Now, the US and Washington have been very clear in the last week that if Iran is to target or to continue targeting tankers and commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, then there would be repercussions. And around 3 a.m. local time here, around 7 p.m. Eastern time last night, the US carried out more attacks against Iran.
That member of the crew is believed to be of Indian origin. Iran went on to hit military targets in its latest wave of retaliatory strikes. In Bahrain, the IRGC once again targeted the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters. Iranian missiles struck inside the US Navy's 5th Fleet base, resulting in the destruction of 2 satellite communication terminals. In Jordan, the IRGC claimed a direct retaliatory missile and drone operation targeting the Prince Hassan Air Base. Jordan's military claimed it intercepted at least 8 of the incoming projectiles, but at least 3 Iranian missiles successfully penetrated the airspace and managed to hit their desired targets. But then Iranian military's significant success came from Kuwait, where it managed to destroy at least 1 US M142 HIMARS battery, configured for firing long-range ATACMS missiles. If the Iranian claims are...
So, if you listen to Trump, you know they have destroyed everything in Iran. They have destroyed their radar, their military, their air force, all of their ships. Why does America continue to have to fight to keep the Strait of Hormuz open? Why are the military bases all around the region are still being destroyed. I don't understand it. Yeah, I do understand.
On the destruction of the HIMARS battery is true, then this is going to have a profound impact
Yes.
on the ongoing war. The HIMARS,
I do understand it. You're being lied to.
which is an acronym for High Mobility Artillery Rocket System, has become the global symbol of modern Western military precision and dominance, and is heavily celebrated for its performance in recent conflicts like the one in Ukraine. The fact that Iran has managed to destroy this proves that the Iranian strategy of using mass drone swarms to exhaust and overwhelm billion-dollar Patriot and THAAD missile defense system is working. So Trump will have to wait for several years now before translating his threat to launch thousands of missiles into Iran after this setback. This also shows that Iran is not deterred by the US threats anymore. Iran also targeted US military and logistics facilities located in Oman during the heavy wave of retaliatory strikes last night. It was aimed at hitting American naval supply lines and disrupt operations around the strategic Strait of Hormuz. The IRGC fired missiles and drones at Oman's port of Duqm, which serves as a major logistical support hub and hosting location for refueling platforms utilized by US Navy aircraft carrier strike groups. These carrier groups have been central to Washington's active bombing campaigns against Iran. Iran also targeted Qatar's Al Udeid airbase, but the US military said that its critical military facilities had not been degraded. What happened last night was expected. For days and weeks, Trump tested the patience of Iran by violating the terms of the MOU and through routine military transgressions. This Al Jazeera reporter explains how Trump and his terrorist Israeli master Netanyahu were responsible for the latest military escalation.
The US and Iran are at it again. Bombings, accusations, escalation. And according to US President Donald Trump, in no uncertain terms, the ceasefire is over. Trump also says he's going to drop 1,000 bombs on Iran if they try to assassinate him. We're assuming he saw these signs from the Supreme Leader's funeral. So does that mean the war between the two is back on? Well, it may sound strange as bombs fly back and forth, but it's not that simple. That's because in many ways, this was a ceasefire that never really was, at least not in a black and white sense. First, the Memorandum of Understanding itself. The US and Iran reached this deal on June 17 to end a war Israel and the US started on February 28. The US was supposed to end its blockade of Iranian ports, and Iran was supposed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But here's the first issue. The MOU stipulated that Israel must also end its war on Lebanon, and that never happened. And as analysts have...
That never happened. So if that never happened, who violated the Memorandum of Understanding first and continuously? The United States and Israel did. The United States allowed Israel to. Let's be real clear.
Included, it exposed the limits of the US's will and ability to adhere to the deal. Then there's the strait itself. Tehran's trying to maintain geopolitical leverage over the key waterway. It's created approved transit lanes to allow the free flow of ships. But on at least 4 occasions, it's fired on vessels that have instead tried to use a US-supervised corridor near Oman's coast.
As I said in one of my earlier videos, Iran was perhaps waiting for the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's funeral to be over before it could respond to the American military transgressions and Israeli violations in Lebanon. That's precisely what the country has done now. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz will have more adverse impact on the international oil market and inflation in the US. This will also hurt the deranged occupant of the White House more than Iran, since he will be facing the US electorates during the November's midterm polls. Military strategists would tell you that the current escalation suits Iran and it mustn't pull back, even if Trump develops cold feet and begs for a ceasefire. Iran should trust Trump once again at its own peril. Moments ago, the US Central Command said it had carried out more strikes against Iran. It wrote, and I quote, "At 5 p.m. ET, today, U.S. Central Command forces began launching more strikes against Iran to continue degrading their ability to attack civilian mariners and commercial ships freely transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The commander-in-chief has directed the strikes to hold Iranian forces accountable." End quote. Iran Parliament Speaker Muhammad Baqir Qalibaf had earlier tweeted, and I quote, "The era of one-sided deals is over. We told you, keep your word or pay the price. Reality is knocking." End quote.
The era of one-sided deal is over. We told you to keep your word or pay the price. We're very aware that America, under this administration, felt that they didn't even have to have a pretense that they were keeping their deal of what was in this memorandum of understanding in a war that they had no reason in going into. The cockiness in a war that they had no reason in going into, that they have lost, and they are still out here being cocky as if they are a superpower when they are a dwindling losing power. Let's be real clear.
In another news, a notorious genocidal maniac from the US Senate, Lindsey Graham, has died. His sudden death is being widely celebrated by those who care about humanity. This merchant of death wanted Gaza to be nuked. That's how evil he was. Here are some of his evil and despicable utterances. He wanted Trump to also attack Cuba next. No wonder not many are shedding tears on this monstrous death.
Tell me this, Senator, and final question. When you look at the last few years since October 7th, many people in this part of the world say what happened in Gaza does not align with Christian values. Killing children, killing mothers,
Well, to be honest
killing
with
families
you,
who are not militants.
Yeah, I don't buy that at all.
Why?
Because what did we do in World War II? Did we think 1 minute about starving the Germans? Did we bomb every city into smithereens? So this
You
is a
compare
war. No,
October
this is
7th to World War II.
So he's compared October 7 to what we did in World War II. How many people were killed in October 7th in Israel? And how many people were killed? Millions of people. 6 to 8 million people were killed when we went to World War II. But not under 2,000 people, if I'm correct, were killed October 7th. And he wants to act as if it is the same. And look at him with a smile on his face. Act as if 12 or 1,300 people is the equivalent of 6 to 8 million people. Because Palestinians are being snuffed out.
Yes, I am. This is an absolute existential threat to the Jewish people. Think 1 minute about starving the Germans? Did we bomb every city into smithereens? So this
You
is a
compare
war. No,
October 7th to World War II.
Yes, I am. This is an absolute existential threat to the Jewish people.
Mm.
What happened on October the 7th was 1,200 people were slaughtered, raped, and murdered and filmed by radical Islamists who would kill every Jew if they could, to the world. If you don't understand this is a threat to Israel's
And then they
survival,
flattened Gaza.
just flatten it. We flattened Berlin. We flattened Tokyo. Were we wrong to drop an atomic bomb to end the Japanese reign of terror? Were we?
So
Yeah, we said we were wrong to do that. This is the disgusting individual talking about 1,200 people. Of course, It was horrible to take the lives of 1,200 people. But he couldn't even talk about the people who were losing their lives in his own state due to a natural disaster because he wanted to make sure that Israel were getting their arms to protect Israel. Are you kidding me? And you think that this man deserves any type of respect? But there's more.
When we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need to end the war they can't afford to lose and work with them to minimize casualties. Well, can I say this? Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war? Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay to Israel do whatever.
Yeah, and you're the only one who thought it was okay. You thought it was okay, but the world know that it was not okay. But people like you think that it's okay because that is the culture of people like you. That is the only thing that people like you bring to the table. It is your culture, and we are well aware of it. This is the only thing that your culture allows of you and expects from you. You're disgusting.
You have to do to survive as a Jewish state.
Is President Trump finished the job that President Reagan failed to do? I am a big admirer of Ronald Reagan, but I'm here to tell you that Donald Trump, in my opinion, is the gold standard for Republicans, maybe any president, and when it comes to foreign policy. Maduro, everybody talked about him. Well, Donald Trump's got him in jail. Cuba's next. They're going to fall. This communist dictatorship in Cuba, their days are numbered.
Graham was an evil man because of his support for an evil entity called Israel. This illegal settler colony is now facing intense scrutiny in the US after Congressman Ro Khanna yesterday revealed how he was detained at gunpoint by Israeli terrorists who used American guns to terrorize a prominent American lawmaker.
Okay, now we're getting to the Ro Khanna situation. This link is in my description box. I am going to go to another channel to share with you Ro Khanna. What happened to Ro Khanna when he went to the West Bank and was accosted with American-made guns. You know, the money from your tax dollars that goes to Israel, that they then take their guns over and brutalize and settle and steal land from the Palestinians. Some of those weapons were used on a sitting senator from California. And what happened when the IDF showed up? They took the position of the what they call settler, the terrorists in the West Bank, that they want to call settlers. Let's review that, shall we? Let's go over a little of that part of the story. Here we go.
Being in the West Bank and in Israel is the first time that I have really been acutely aware of being brown. I feel like people have seen me first as brown, second as an American congressman, and third as an American citizen. I saw the arrogance in the eyes of those settlers, 21 and 22-year-olds with guns, laughing that they had detained us. The arrogance of those young IDF soldiers that my tax dollars are funding. having no respect for the fact that they were detaining Americans, no respect that there was an American congressperson in that bus, and laughing when our translator told them that there are Americans there and the American embassy is concerned. It is the arrogance of power, of a power that has had no accountability, total impunity, and has created a toxic culture of oppression.
Nigga, wake up. Nigga, wake up. You had the Black American experience living in America. You had to go all the way to the West Bank to get the Black American living in America experience, Rokana. Nigga, wake up.
I've been to Israel before. We've met with Israeli officials. We've gone to Ramallah, met with the president, Abbas, but I've never really gotten to meet Palestinians and seen the occupation from the eyes of Palestinians. And it was important to me to have an uncurated, extensive look at the human toll of occupation. Well, I'm certainly probably the first American politician who's been detained by the IDF and Israeli settlers. I mean, we were at a village that Israeli settlers had destroyed. They had destroyed the school. They had destroyed that village, and we were just looking at it. And these hoodlums come in with machine guns, an M4, an American-made machine gun, and they detain us. They block off the road. And then they call the IDF, and the IDF is on their side, not on the side of the Americans.
Let's see what the Israeli military, they had to add this. The Israeli military said troops and police officers intervened after receiving a report of settlers blocking vehicles near Kamet Zaman. Upon their arrival, the troops dispersed the Israeli civilians, allowed the vehicles to continue on their way, the Israeli military said. Well, why didn't, if they were doing that, why didn't they arrest these people that they just simply dispersed to? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. You simply disperse them and let them go on their way. Oh, carry on, fellas. Oh, go about your way. Israeli police did not immediately respond to a request for comment, nor did the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. And who is the ambassador to Israel? None other than a fat ass, funky, what is Huckabee, Mike Funky Huckabee, who said that he would give the whole region over to Israel.
And what people in America are asking is, are you so bought and sold by the establishment and political donors that you cannot see human injustice? So if you're unwilling to speak up for Palestinian human rights, if you're unwilling to speak up against the genocide in Gaza, the apartheid in the West Bank, then you are morally compromised. And we cannot trust you to fight for Medicare for all, or to fight for workers over the billionaires, or to fight for justice and human rights in the United States. I'm strongly considering it, and I'm more resolved to consider it after this trip. We need a new moral direction in our party, a new moral vision that respects the dignity and human rights of people around the world.
Understand, these are the types of homes that they are taking over. Now we know that Palestine is nothing but rubble. This is what is being allowed to be taken over. The Palestinian houses that have been built up, that they are allowing these terrorists, these Israeli terrorists that they want to call settlers, to commandeer and throw these Palestinian families out of these homes. Be clear.
We've been doing for 30 years.
What does your husband do?
He works in our community center.
يلا لو اجيت لهون
Okay, let's go back a little bit. I want to go back a little bit. Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know why they had the audacity to bring him on Meet the Press. But he was on Meet the Press before Ro Khanna was scheduled to come on, and they asked Netanyahu about what happened to Ro Khanna. So let's hear his answer. A bunch of bullshit, gobbly goo. Now understand, Benjamin Netanyahu is supposed to be in the United States to meet with your president once again. Who has a warrant out for his arrest, once again is going to be in the United States, in the American White House. Let's see what Benjamin Netanyahu had to say about what happened.
They killed them, and this has happened again and again and again.
There
is a vigilante effort, not by the settler community.
So I do want to give you the opportunity, if you would like to respond to Congressman Ro Khanna. He is going to be on this broadcast. He says he visited the West Bank. He was blocked by settlers wielding guns. He says the IDF did not help fuse this situation. Do you have any comment on that this morning, Mr. Prime Minister?
Yeah, we're a country of laws, and people who break the law, we take them to court. In the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria, we've had thousands of...
In the country of... wait a minute. We're a country of laws. You notice he called it Judea...
attacks.
Wait a minute.
Do fuse this situation. Do you have any comment on that this morning, Mr. Prime Minister?
Yeah, we're a country of laws, and people who break the law, we take them to court.
Judea and something else he called.
In the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria, we've had...
In the West Bank, Judea and Syria, to be sure that they don't call it Palestine, because they want to pretend that there is no Palestinian state. We heard Fat Funky Mike Huckabee do the same wordsmith, the same word salad, talking about Judea and Syria, or whatever the fucking name that they try to use, and say that there is no Palestine, the West Bank, and whatever. Notice the bullshit that this motherfucker is playing as he is giving answers. We have laws, and people are taken to court. Were these people taken to court? You hear that the IDF, the military, nonetheless showed up, and they dispersed these what they want you to believe settlers. They let them go about their business. These terrorists. Let's continue. But he says we have laws and we have court. Aren't you? We have laws and we have courts, and this is a man who has a fucking warrant out for his arrest for war crimes, and he's talking about laws. as if he respects laws. Let that sink in. And he's sitting up on American TV doing a motherfucking interview at your for-profit media, acting as if he gives a fuck about a law. Will be sitting in your country with a motherfucking UN warrant out for his arrest for crimes against humanity or war crimes or whatever the fuck the warrant is out for his arrest for. Sitting up here talking as if he gives a fuck about a law. How quaint is this dumb shit? This is your for-profit media. This is what they're feeding you on a stick. A bunch of bullshit from a war criminal. Accused war criminal. Who stays in war to say that we can't go to court because we're in the middle of a war. So therefore, we don't have to show up for our court dates. Because we're in the middle of fighting a war. But it's in the United States every other month. But he can't show up for his court dates. Make it make sense.
In the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria, we've had thousands of attempted attacks and warnings against activities, against innocent Israelis, families, mother, with their children driving along the road. They're stopped by terrorists and they kill them. And this has happened again and again and again. There is a vigilante effort, not by the settler community. They're 99.9%, law-abiding citizens. They work, they serve in the army and so on. There are 150 juvenile delinquents that are not part of that community. They come from the other parts of Israel. I don't want vigilantes of any kind. And we are working to put them under the law. But I think if we put things in perspective, we should see that we have thousands of attacks and some few, but obvious breaking of the law. Then we apply the full measure of the law against them. Israel, unlike our neighbors, is a democracy and a country of law, and we act against those who break the law.
We thank you.
Okay, hold on. We act against those who break the law. You heard a whole lot of word salad of nothing and bullshit. Excuse me, stupid motherfucker. Are you stupid or do you think I'm stupid? No, you're the stupid one. Israel was created after World War II for the Israeli people, for the Jewish people after World War II. Palestine was not created after World War II. The Palestinian land was splitted to give to the Israeli a place to live after World War II. You simple dumb motherfucker. The fuck out of here. So stupid. Okay, excuse me. I cannot stand dumb motherfuckers coming in here with that stupid ass propaganda. Don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay, so here's Rokana on Meet the Press after you saw that word salad of
and
bullshit.
Joining me now is Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Congressman Khanna, thank you so much for being here. My condolences to you. It's a loss for everyone in Congress.
Well, my condolences to Senator Graham's family. He obviously
It ain't no
served this
loss to
country
nobody.
honorably in the Air Force.
In my opinion.
He was someone who bucked his own party on immigration, who talked about having undocumented people have a pathway to citizenship. And of course, we had very profound disagreements on foreign policy. I do believe that there is a new generation that does not want these foreign wars and wants a more human rights oriented foreign policy. But my condolences to him and recognition of his service.
He loved having those debates. And as you say,
Oh, Fuck Lindsey
front and
Graham.
center in those debates. He had a very close relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu. You just heard me talking to Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I do want to ask you, because you just returned from a 3-day trip to the West Bank this week. You say you were held by Israeli settlers with rifles. We do have some still footage that was captured by your team of the incident. We should say in a statement, the Israeli Defense Forces, or the IDF, released a statement saying IDF troops were dispatched to the scene, quickly dispersed the Israeli civilians, and reopened the blocked road. The IDF soldiers operating in the area did not take part in blocking the road. Walk us through what you experienced.
The IDF is lying. What happened was unprecedented. They had violent settlers detain American citizens, including an American government official. You had these settlers brandishing M4s, kicking the tires of our van, laughing at us, mocking at us, videotaping us. We were detained for about 20 minutes, fearful of our lives. Then the IDF comes, 4 soldiers. They tell our translator that they're on the side of the settlers. They further detain us and block us in. We had to call the American embassy. Fortunately, David Brownstein helped, and he got to someone in Israel. And 75 minutes after the detention by the IDF soldiers and by these settlers, we were let through. Now, I heard the prime minister, and he says that Israel is a country of law and order. Well, let me be very specific. The prime minister needs to open an investigation on these violent settlers who are connected to Yanon Levy, who has destroyed Zanuda's village and is a known person who has killed Palestinians, and these settlers were connected to him. They need to be prosecuted, including Yanon Levy. Their outpost needs to be investigated, and he needs to have an investigation on these 4 IDF officers. Security cameras can see that they were involved in the detention of American citizens. How dare they mistreat people with an American passport that way?
Well, we appreciate your weighing in on that. Obviously, that has gotten a lot of attention. I want to ask you about something else that has been under a microscope, your endorsement of Senate candidate Graham Plattner in Maine. He has since dropped out amid a swirl of controversies. Congressman, you stood by him through a series of previous controversies, from a tattoo resembling a Nazi symbol to his online posts blaming survivors of sexual assault, even after the New York Times published allegations from ex-girlfriends describing a pattern of emotional abuse, aggressive behavior, which he denies, we should say. Why weren't those past controversies a breaking point for you?
For me, the line always was sexual assault or sexual violence. And as soon as that came out, I was the first person to withdraw my endorsement. But I will say I got that call wrong. And if there's some self-reflection, it is that we all need to see the signs earlier of people who may engage in domestic violence. Look, I wasn't the only one. You had Planned Parenthood, you had Senator Warren, you had the entire Democratic Party, but I did get that call wrong. I think what is important, though, is to understand his politics. He was opposed to foreign wars. He was for Medicare for all, and why the progressive movement more broadly, why these issues are resonating.
Do you regret endorsing him?
Yes.
You flat out regret
I got that call
him.
wrong. I endorse a lot of people, but when I make a mistake, I take accountability. And I think what people want is the humility to take accountability if you make a call that's wrong.
All right, Congressman Khanna, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news.
So that's what we have on Ro Khanna being held. What's this shocking bombshell? Luke Beasley.
That might serve as a little hopium.
What is the shocking bombshell, Luke Beasley?
I didn't have any personal interactions with him, so I can't do like he was terrible.
What is this shocking?
This honorary interview where he goes, the only thing that I have a problem with Lindsey over is that he didn't cheer me on after I tried to do that insurrection. But then he reveals through going, but the good thing is Lindsey did call me and say he didn't mean it right after that one time that he stood up for a principal. The very characteristic of Lindsey that I think has tarnished and will tarnish his legacy. So
I'm not going to go any further on that because this is actually live. Excuse me, Luke Beasley. I just realized that you are live. I'm going to share the link in my description box. Go over there to Luke Beasley. The The link is in my description box under Luke Beasley. He is a interesting, funny guy. Go over there and check out his channel. He does a great commentary. I just realized he was live. And let me double check. I always want to a major new footage of ICE. Let's see what is this ICE shooting. Aaron Parnanes, I think is how you pronounce his name. Parnanes.
The shooting. This first video is of the shooting itself, so trigger warning. Video I'm going to show you is of the aftermath following the shooting again. There have been now, this is the 11th ICE-involved shooting since Trump took office. Let me know what you see in the video. Spread the word. Follow for more. We have new footage from Biddeford, Maine, where there has been another ICE shooting in the United States of America. I'm going to show you two video clips from the Portland Herald Press showing the shooting. This first video is of the shooting itself, so trigger warning. Video I'm going to show you is of the aftermath following the shooting again.
There's the shooting. I don't know anything about the story. I don't know anything behind the story. Nothing. Let's watch it on status quo.
They are continuing with this in Maine, that
on the
this
ground.
person, ICE has killed yet again, this time in Biddeford, Maine, early this morning. We don't know the details yet, whether this was an undocumented immigrant, a U.S. citizen, doesn't really matter. At this point, this is a terrorist organization killing human beings across America. At this point, I've lost count, but at least 10 people, I believe, have been killed by ICE since last year. And they are continuing every time, including now with this in Maine, that this person weaponized their vehicle against ICE, which is quickly debunked almost every time as lies and bullshit. All we know is this person was relatively young. We believe in their 20s. Let me show you some video. Don't have much, but here you will see a neighbor opening their door and hearing about 4 shots ring out.
Is that a car?
And you could hear her asking, is that a car? Then there's video of several officers, including 2 wearing green ice vests. We believe they're ice vests, as people are providing medical care to the person ICE just killed. I don't know if he was dead then. And the news outlet there freeze framed the edit. So they slowed it down so you could not see the victim in the frame. You also have a statement from a local immigration rights group alluding to that the person is young. Quote, this is Project Relief. We are heartbroken to share that one of our community members was killed this morning during an encounter with ICE in Biddeford. We are in contact with the family and are committed to supporting them during this unimaginable time. This was a young person whose life was cut short, and our community must come together to stand with their loved ones and ensure that they are not alone. They must get justice. We will continue to share updates as we learn more, along with ways you could show your solidarity and support the family and the community. An eyewitness was also talked to by the local Biddeford Gazette. We spoke with an eyewitness this morning, Lucas Scott, a Biddeford resident, that he was driving through the intersection of Hill and Poole Street at approximately 7:20 a.m. when he saw flashing lights on an unmarked white Ford Explorer. Scott says he drove through the intersection and he saw at least 2 officers wearing green ice vests. Scott said the agents were yelling very loudly. They surrounded a white sedan with their weapons drawn. Scott said he heard at least 4 gunshots. Scott says he could not identify, nor did he see the victim. Scott told the Gazette that he had been interviewed by both state police and FBI about 15 to 20 minutes ago. So early morning, this is what happened in Minnesota. This has happened in other places where there's people shot or killed by ICE. And you have them surrounding a white sedan. For what reason, we don't know. This might not even be the person they were looking for, as we saw in the case last week where they killed a Houston construction worker by the name of Lorenzo Salgado Arroyo, who was the wrong person. It wasn't even the target of who they were going after. He was beloved by the community. ICE pushed the bullshit again that Lorenzo tried to weaponize his vehicle against them, which later came out to be a lie, just like they lied about Rene Good, Alex Prede, and others. This is a terrorist organization and no one is safe. I don't care if you're an immigrant, citizen, doesn't matter. They are not trained, and even if they were trained, it seems they are trained to shoot first, ask questions later. Shoot first, think about it later. We don't have any details. I don't know the identity of this victim, don't know what happened, but my guess is they're lying because it's Trump and it's ICE. I want to show you, because again, we don't know the details of this victim. This is heartbreaking video from the son of that Houston man who was shot and killed by ICE last week, who lied, claiming he tried to ram their vehicle, which he did not. This is the son of Lorenzo Salgado Arroyo talking about his father, who was beloved in the community. Take a listen.
He was a man that was just wanted to be known for being a hardworking.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Go over there and check it out. It's under the heading ICE killing. I want to leave you with this last video that is quite important to me. That is a lot of the details about how this administration is enriching themselves and the Trump family specifically. If you are not aware of how all of these contracts are being funneled to Trump and his family members.
5 days after Donald Trump won the presidential election in 2020.
Grab a seat. Grab a seat and check this out. I'm going to put this in the description box under, what should I put it under? Beavis and Butthead gets rich. How about that? Beavis and Butthead gets rich.
5 days after Donald Trump won the presidential election in 2024.
These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this.
His son, Don Jr., got a new job as well, as a partner at a little-known private investment fund called 1789 Capital. And since the election, the companies in that fund have won billions in federal government contracts. Leading up to Trump's second term, these are what Don Jr. and Eric's estimated net worths were, respectively. These numbers have changed drastically in the 2 years since, and I want to talk about it. Because we found that when you follow the money far enough, it stops going out and instead moves in a circle. By the end of this video, we're going to add it all up and the number is going to shock you.
When Trump announced he was running again, Don Jr. found a partner, a man named Omid Malik.
Together, Malik and Don Jr. started building a fund that could convert political access into financial returns the moment the power was back on their side.
When you have a businessman at the top of the ticket, people want to do business. That's what this is.
America's open for business.
100%.
It's called 1789 Capital, and it's a private investment fund, which basically means a pool of money used to buy stakes in companies. Because he's not a federal employee, there are no rules that require Don Jr. to stay away from government decisions that could benefit.
Into because of conflict of interest.
Yeah, I mean, the Trump organization itself wouldn't be doing direct deals with government entities because that's not what they do and it's not what we have. But we're going to play by the rules, and it's as simple as that.
Eric is in the picture too.
In February 2025, both brothers became advisors to a company called Dominary Holdings. Through Dominary, they bought stakes in a U.S. construction company called Skyline Builders, using a shell company called American Ventures. Skyline then merged with Covcas Capital, a mining company sitting on a tungsten deposit in Kazakhstan. Tungsten is critical to military equipment like armor-piercing ammunition, hypersonic weapons, and F-35 engines. The sons invested in August 2025. 1 month later, Kazakh President Tokayev personally told Trump he was awarding the project to Covcas over competing bids from China and Russia. Trump and Marco Rubio gave direct assistance, according to the company's own investor presentation filed with the SEC. The project has since secured up to $1.6 billion in U.S. government-backed financing. And we've only just scratched the surface. The Trump sons also co-founded crypto and Bitcoin companies that attracted hundreds of millions in investments from foreign governments.
And I'm incredibly proud to be part of the crypto industry.
More Perfect Union reported on this crypto network in a previous investigation.
Criminals in the crypto industry.
Now I'm going to walk you through a few more companies and what happened to each of them after 1789 Capital invested. And I'll add it all up right here as we go. In July 2025, 1789 invested in a company called Hadrian Automation. Hadrian was founded.
In this, you will find out how little Beavis and Butthead Trump know about these businesses that they are getting involved with, and how quickly these businesses that they are getting involved with are promoted by your president and then start receiving lucrative contracts, government contract. You know, that welfare, you know, how Trump said that we can't afford to pay for child care and Medicare and Medicaid because they're giving welfare to his children companies.
In 2020 and had no significant government contracts. 8 months later, it won a $900 million more different foreign governments.
And I'm incredibly proud to be part of the crypto industry.
More Perfect Union reported on this crypto network in a previous investigation.
Criminals in the crypto industry.
Now I'm going to walk you through a few more companies and what happened to each of them after 1789 Capital invested. And I'll add it all up right here as we go. In July 2025, 1789 invested in a company called Hadrian Automation. Hadrian was founded in 2020 and had no significant government contracts. 8 months later, it won a $900 million Navy contract to build automated submarine factories and an $80 million Army contract. That's $980 million total, all to a company that had never won a major government contract before Don Jr.'s fund invested in it. Here's another one. Firehawk Aerospace, whose entire government contract history fits in a single line. It had just one contract in 2022. And then 1789 invests, and suddenly they're winning Air Force and Space Force deals worth $8.9 million, plus a land gift in Oklahoma. And sometimes the perk goes beyond the money. 1789 invested in Reflection AI in 2025, and by May 2026, it became one of only 8 AI companies in the country allowed to deploy inside Pentagon classified networks. And the pattern keeps going. Here's a company called Anduril that makes the autonomous weapon systems that define modern warfare, like drones and AI-powered surveillance towers. And after 1789 invested in June of 2025, the company won a $367 million border surveillance contract and a $23.9 million Army deal, It also has a potential 20 billion, yes, billion with a B, army consolidation deal in the works. So big a number that it totally dwarfs everything else on this list. But we can't even count it, so I'll just do 367 million plus 23.9 million. Anduril's founder, Palmer Luckey, has been a Trump supporter since 2011.
I don't know if you know this, but I was actually one of the true Trump OGs. I wrote a letter to Donald Trump when I was 15, telling him that he should run for president.
But of all of these, there's one example that stands apart, because this is one where we have proof the White House directly intervened. Vulcan Elements, a 3-year-old startup with 30 employees that makes rare earth magnets. In August 2025, 1789 invested in Vulcan as a part of a $65 million funding round. 3 months later, the Pentagon gave them a $620 million loan. Rare earth magnets are vital to military technology, and as the name suggests, they're rare. China has complete dominance over the industry. Both Democrats and Republicans have tried to change that, so Trump isn't the first to consider a loan of this sort.
But a House Oversight Subcommittee found something different.
It went out without competitive bids, without the technical disclosures that are used to verify whether a project is even viable before public money goes in. That was waived.
The push for this loan came directly from Peter Navarro, Trump's senior trade advisor and a close personal friend of Don Jr. So close that Don Jr. visited Navarro in prison and was one of the few people Navarro's latest book was dedicated to.
He's a friend, legitimately can't believe that this is happening to him.
One Pentagon employee told ProPublica that the call came, quote, from the White House. We have to get this done. Staff worked late nights for weeks to push the loan through, when deals like this normally take months. At the time of 1789's investment, Vulcan was valued at around $200 million. After the Pentagon loan, the valuation jumped to nearly $2 billion. Technically, this one's a loan, not a contract, but it's still $620 million of our tax money going to a 3-year-old startup with fewer employees than your local Target, with no competitive process and a phone call from the White House to push it through. So I'm gonna count it here. So it turns out the fastest way to win a government contract is to put the president's son on your board. I want to bring us back to Eric because this is where things get really egregious. PowerUs is a drone company that both brothers invested in. And in April 2026, it won an Air Force contract to sell interceptor drones. How much was never disclosed. Then there's another drone company, Unusual Machines. Don Jr. is an advisor with a financial stake in the company. In October 2025, it won what its own CEO called, quote, the largest government.
Before we get to that, who could forget about your president being so engrossed with magnets? Like, it was the first time your president had heard of a magnet. Do you guys remember that? He was so... Whoever heard of these things called magnets? If you are not familiar with this, let me remind you of your president sitting in the Oval Office talking about magnets. Here we are, right here.
China was going to hit us with rare earth. Now, everybody says, so what does that mean? Magnets. If China refused to give magnets because they have a monopoly on magnets, because they were allowed to happen over a 32-year period, there wouldn't be a car made in the entire world. There wouldn't be a radio. There wouldn't be a television. There wouldn't be internet. There wouldn't be anything because magnets are such a part. Now, nobody knows what magnets are and not overly sophisticated.
Now, nobody knows what magnets are. But China was gonna overrun us. China is gonna beat us in AI, so we must do it because China is gonna beat us, so we must do it. If we don't do it, China.
Sophisticated, but to build a magnet system would take 2 years. China was going to hit us with rare earth. Now, everybody says, so what does that mean? Magnets. If China refused to give magnets because they have a monopoly on magnets, because they were allowed to happen over a 32-year period, there wouldn't be a car.
They have a monopoly on magnets because it was allowed to happen over 32. What was allowed to happen over 32? It was allowed to happen over 32 years. So they have a monopoly on magnets. So therefore, I am going to, my sons are getting into the magnet business. So I'm going to give my sons business some government money. This is what this motherfucker is saying right here. If you didn't remember this, sitting in the Oval Office, China got the advantage in China. You know, if we don't do it, China. How many times do you hear this excuse that China is going to take over if we don't do it? We're going to be in trouble because China.
Are made in the entire world. There wouldn't be a radio, there wouldn't be a television, there wouldn't be internet, there wouldn't be anything because magnets are such a part. Now, nobody knows what magnets are and not overly sophisticated, but to build a magnet system would take 2 years. China was going to hit us with rare earth. Now, everybody says, so what does that mean? Magnets. If China refused to give magnets because they have a monopoly on magnets because they were allowed to happen over a 32-year period, there wouldn't be a car made in the entire world. There wouldn't be a radio. There wouldn't be a television. There wouldn't be internet. There wouldn't be anything because magnets are such a part. Now, nobody knows what magnets are and not overly sophisticated, but to build a magnet system would take 2 years. China was going to hit us.
Let's go back to our previous. Let's go back to our previous video. This is the old excuse that this administration always use when they want to prop up millionaires and billionaires and the Trump family with government subsidies while they want to take away health insurance and tell you that they are taking away the entitlements from poor people, everyday people. They will frame it as entitlements, that type of shit that they do in this government, and tell you that they don't have time to pay for child care because they have wars to pay for. This is who is getting paid when they are paying for these wars.
Contract in the company's history.
Let's go back.
And in April 2026, it won an Air Force contract trying to quit with no competitive process and a phone call from the White House to push it through. So I'm going to count it here. So it turns out the fastest way to win a government contract is to put the president's son on your board. I want to bring us back to Eric because this is where things get really egregious. PowerUs is a drone company that both brothers invested in. And in April 2026, it won an Air Force contract to sell interceptor drones. How much was never disclosed. Then there's another drone company, Unusual Machines. Don Jr. is an advisor with a financial stake in the company. In October 2025, it won what its own CEO called, quote, the largest government contract in the company's history. The amount was also never disclosed. Unusual Machines signed a $5 million supply deal with PowerUs. So government money flows to PowerUs. PowerUs pays Unusual Machines. Eric gets paid, and Don Jr. gets paid twice. It's a loop. This is the type of mechanism that helps Don Jr. go from 50 million to 300 million, and helps Eric go from 40 million to 400 million. The contracts don't go to them directly, but they do go to the companies, and they own pieces of these companies. So every government contract makes those pieces worth much more.
We understand what the administration wants to do because we help craft some of that messaging.
So far, we've been talking about contracts we could actually verify where the dollar amounts were made public, and those we saw added up to about $2 billion. And this doesn't account for Anduril's potential $20 billion Army deal, or any of the portion of a $3.2 billion Golden Dome contract that Anduril is splitting with 11 other companies. And the fund is still growing, currently managing $3.5 billion in assets with a stated goal of $10 billion. Among the companies currently under review for another Pentagon loan is Unusual Machines, from the Loop. The same one whose CEO called their last government deal the largest contract in the company's history, and now they're in line for even more. And a new investigation revealed yet another hidden deal. Don Jr. secretly held a stake in a Texas oil refinery startup that received over $100 million from an Indian billionaire's company. So, how is any of this legal? If a mid-level contract worker at a Navy base owns stock in a company bidding for one of her contracts, she would lose her job. She would likely face criminal charges too. But for Don Jr. and Eric, there's nothing. No law covers the president's children. There's no requirement to recuse themselves from decisions that benefit their investments. 1789 Capital doesn't have to disclose what it owns or who it's invested in. 3 senators wrote a letter in January 2026 flagging $70 million in contracts going to 1789 portfolio companies, but the letter was ignored. So Congress tried to subpoena Don Jr. to make him testify under oath about whether he
Ignored by the Pentagon, by Pete Kegbrecht. They just ignored the letter.
benefited from insider influence.
Not long ago, House Republicans spent 2 years and millions of dollars investigating Hunter Biden on the theory that a president's son profiting from his father's office requires congressional investigation.
In this case, Republicans voted to shut down the hearing and prevent any further debate.
Hunter Biden, who magically became a businessman when his father took office, he was paid by shady foreign companies to peddle influence and influence American policy. And that's not what we're doing.
The audacity of them to sit up, the audacity, the comfortability that they have to continue to talk about Hunter Biden when this is what they are doing themselves.
But while DOJ was cutting grants and DEI contracts, the Pentagon was handing billions to sole source contracts, meaning they just picked one company and wrote them a check. In this case, to companies where the president's sons hold equity stakes. It didn't eliminate waste. They just redirected the money to themselves. So what would it take to stop this? Senator Elizabeth Warren introduced a bill in 2017 that would require the president to put conflicting assets in a blind trust and stop his appointees from acting on matters that benefit his family's finances. It never passed, but it could. Canada has a federal conflict of interest law that extends to the prime minister's family. And even here in the US, Ohio and Massachusetts have laws that explicitly prohibit public officials from acting on matters that benefit their family members' finances. So where there's a will, there's a way. Just like the Trump sons getting rich by any, and I mean all, means necessary.
Thanks for watching.
So what has this administration done for your bottom line, MAGA? MAGA, how are you surviving in this Trump economy that you voted for, MAGA? MAGA, do you have all your non-perishables? Do you have a generator? Are you prepared for what's coming if this war continues on? MAGA, I'm very curious. What are you going to do when mayhem starts to ripple through the United States? Are you going to blame it on the people who are dumb like you and have not prepared for what is surely coming? Unlike the millionaires and billionaires who are prepared for what is coming? Because it is figured in to their algorithm of getting rid of some of you riffraff regular people because they feel that the world is not created for people like some of you. It's too many of you here anyway, and you make the world too unenjoyable for them. Because you're, let's face it, you're too stupid to vote in your own interest. So, what else would they do to you or with you other than get rid of you? Because you don't even have the self-respect to try to make a better future for yourself. You vote against your own interest, so why would they give a fuck about you? I'm just really curious. So, all right, guys, don't forget Wednesday. there's going to be the Todd Blanche hearings before Congress to his confirmation hearings to see if once again the Republican Party will seat someone wholly unqualified for an administration position as the head of the Department of Justice in Todd Blanche. I'm sure J.D. Vance will have his juicy wet ass somewhere standing in the hallways if they need him as a tiebreaker vote, like he had to be in Pete Kegbreath's vote. But I hear that this is supposed to be actually a 2-day event with that lying ass Todd Blanche. And senators and Congress people, please be reminded. Do not take too much time to use the phrase, I reclaim my time. Because no one wants to sit here and hear all of that dumb bullshit word salad, a combination of words that means absolutely nothing, that it will be coming out of Todd Blanche's mouth. Please quickly get to your sentence that will shut this stupid motherfucker up. I reclaim my time. I would appreciate that, because you're gonna have people watching this bullshit. Nobody wants to hear Todd Blanche drone on and on and on, saying absolutely nothing. So I hope you guys have you're on the plantation, bitch. If politics have all of us on the plantation, bitch, why are you over here listening to what I'm doing? Get on your motherfucking plantation and do what the fuck and worry about what the fuck you're doing. I've never been on a plantation, you stupid motherfucker. You dumb motherfuckers always want to come over here and say dumb shit. But you're here. All right, guys. I will see you guys on Wednesday. I may try to reschedule my appointment so that we can start and end with the entirety of the Todd Blanche hearing of that day. And I hear it's going to be a 2-day hearing. So we'll see what we can do about that. All right, guys, I hope you have a blessed remainder of your day. Hit the like button, share, subscribe. If you want to help promote the channel, $RonyiQ. I appreciate your support. Join the page, and I appreciate all of my new subscribers so much. I concur. All right, guys, have a great remainder of your day. Bye-bye.